invite the chief host of the host. I'm told that there's a chief host and there is the host. I'd like to invite to this side of the divide the very first female vice chancellor of this great citadel of academic excellence, Professor Adenike Temidayo Oladiji. A round of applause for Madam Vice Chancellor. We have in our midst somebody whose imprint of academic excellence is very discernible on the landscape of not just Nigerian academic community, but at the international level. A former vice chancellor, an erudite professor in all ramifications. Join me as I welcome one of our keynote speakers, Professor Olufemi Adebisi Bamiro, former Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan. I'd like to confirm the presence of our other keynote speaker, the Deputy Managing Director, United Bank for Africa, Mr. Muyiwa Akinyemi. Is he around or represented by proxy? While we wait for that, I'd like to invite the head of the collaborating and participating tertiary institutions. I'd like to invite Dr. Akinyemi Albert Fadiyimu, Provost, Federal College of Agriculture, Akure. If he's around, he should move to this side of the divide. I also invite Professor S.A. Akintunde, being represented by Professor Olufemi Abayomi Olajuyigbe, Deputy Vice Chancellor at Adeyemi Federal University of Education. Sir, a round of applause for Afwed. I also invite, with respect and deference, the Acting Rector, Rufus Giwa Polytechnic, Mr. Olorunwa Adegun. If he's around, he should join them on the high table. I also invite the Vice Chancellor, Adekunle Ajashin University, Akungba Akoko, Professor Olugbenga Ige. I also invite Professor Olufemi Peters or his representative. I understand that Professor Akinwumi, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, is representing the Vice Chancellor of Adekunle Ajashin University, Akungba Akoko. Welcome, sir. I'd like to invite to the podium one of our own. FUTA is a net exporter of critical manpower to other universities. It is on that note that I invite a professor from our university who is serving as the current Vice Chancellor, Redeemers University, Ede, Osun State, Professor Shedrack Olufemi Akindele. Is here in person? A round of applause for the Vice Chancellor of Redeemers University, Ede. I bring to the podium Right Reverend Professor Samuel Sunday Ubeka, Vice Chancellor, Wesley University, Ondo. I also bring to the podium Professor Omolola Imrioye, the Vice Chancellor, Achievers University, Owo, one of the collaborating institutions. Madam Vice Chancellor, we invite you to this side of the divide. A round of applause for Madam Vice Chancellor. Some persons have predicted that in the year 2030, 70% of vice chancellors of Nigerian universities will be female. Are they right or wrong? Madam Vice Chancellor says amen. Can we say amen to that? The men are reluctant to say amen, ma. I also invite to the podium Professor T.E. Ologun-Orisha, Vice Chancellor, Olusegun Agagu, University of Science and Technology, Okitipupa. Okay. I invite to the podium Professor Sunday Adeyemo, Vice Chancellor, Elizade University, Ilara Mokin. A round of applause for the Vice Chancellor, Elizade University, Ilara Mokin. I also invite to the podium Dr. Ademola Iyoda Ebeloku. I had to lean back on my Yoruba to get the name right. I hope I'm right, sir. Fantastic. God bless you, sir. Is the Rector, Federal Polytechnic, Ileoluchi. A round of applause. And I'd like to tell us that our own Professor Fashakin, Emmanuel Fashakin, served as the pioneer rector of that great institution. So that validates my claim that FUTA is a net exporter of critical manpower to other universities. And of course, UNILORIN has also given us one of their most erudite professors in the person of our Vice Chancellor. A round of applause once again for our Vice Chancellor. I'd like to invite Professor Francis Ayodeji Bore, Vice Chancellor, St. Mary's University, Supari, Akuku. All the universities that I've mentioned, their delegates are also around. Let's give it up for all the delegates from the various universities. I'd like to invite the Chairman, Local Organizing Committee, Professor Tomola Marshall Obamuyi, to the high table too. He is the chairman. He has worked with his team to back this very, very important occasion and to also give life and teeth to the vision of Madam Vice Chancellor. The Rector, Rufus Giwa Polytechnic, Professor Dr. Adegun, please, we invite you. Maybe I'm a prophet, sir. I'm told that the Vice Chancellor of UNIMED is in the house. Can we? Being represented by Professor Arai Umumba, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, representing the Vice Chancellor UNIMED. Can you please join us on this side of the divide? I invite with deference the Vice Chancellor, Olusegun Agagu, University of Science and Technology, is there in person, Professor T. Ologun-Orisha. Sir, join us at this side of the divide. I'd like to ask us to give a round of applause to the delegates and our partners from First Bank Nigeria. A round of applause for First Bank. Take a bow, you deserve it, you've done very well. Can we also give it up and raise the roof for the delegates from United Bank for Africa, if they are here? I'd like to recognize the presence of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, FUTA, Professor Timothy Amos. You are welcome, sir. The Secretary to Council and the Registrar, Mr. Charles Adeleye is the Registrar of FUTA, and Professor Olani Yaje is the Chairman, Committee of Deans, as well as Dean, School of Environmental technology. The Dean Student Affairs Division, Professor Lanrewaju Oke, we also welcome you. We welcome Professor Sunday Oluyamo, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Development FUTA. You are also welcome. I recognize my brother and senior colleague, Mr. Omololu Adegbenru, Registrar, Elizade University, Ilaramokin. You are welcome, sir. I recognize Professor Bello Olusoji, the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, FUTA. You are welcome, sir. I recognize the representative of the Vice Chancellor, University of Ilesha, Professor Taiwo Ashaolu, is represented by Dr. Israel Akin Adewo. I hope I get, yeah, we recognize you, sir. I'd like to invite the representative of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ilesha to the podium. Please rise and join the Vice Chancellors here. Please, the representative of the University of Ilesha. Please, I'd like confirmation of the presence of the delegates from UBA, especially the keynote speaker. If there is confirmation, kindly get in touch with the protocol officers. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite us to rise for the national and FUTA anthems and Ondo state anthems. Nigeria, we hail thee, our one dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a
national progress, academic excellence is a tradition, technology for self-reliance. Self-reliance, yes, self-reliance, yes, promoting of unity of motivation, championing the cause of technology. The shining example, the pride of Nigeria, with the blessings on your side, we shall not be seen.
Shall we take our seats? Shall we take our seats? I'd like to recognize the presence of the Dean School of Agriculture and Agricultural Technology, FUTA, Professor Oluwatoyin Oludaunsi. We welcome you to this occasion. Please, like I said, if we have other delegates that have not been recognized, kindly get in touch with the protocol officers, particularly the delegates from UBA. At this point, I'd like to bring to the podium the Chairman, Planning Committee, Professor Tumola Marshal Obamoye, to give his welcome address.
Your Excellency, Dr. Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, because we are expecting him, and today also marks the 100 days in office. So we know there are a lot of programs in town. We are expecting him or his representative. The head of tertiary institutions present, especially my dynamic Vice Chancellor, the host, other head of tertiary institutions present here, top government functionaries, captains of industries, representatives of First Bank of Nigeria, United Bank of Nigeria, our guest speakers, discussants, and moderators, distinguished delegates, members, Colloquium Planning Committee, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. With deep respect and appreciation, I warmly welcome Your Excellency and all our distinguished guests to this historic event, the Medi Colloquium of Tertiary Institutions in Ondo State. To the Excellency, we are proudly grateful for Your Excellency for granting us audience on May 20th, 2025, and for your steadfast commitment to the advancement of education in our dear state. We also extend our heartfelt appreciation to all the stakeholders from the public and private sectors whose presence today affirms the relevance and timeliness of this initiative. We are particularly grateful to the visionary leaders of all tertiary institutions present here for their commitment and financial contributions towards ensuring the successful hosting of this event. We especially appreciate the leadership of Redeemer University Ede, Osun State, and University of Ilesha, Osun State, for their commitment to knowledge sharing and full participation in this colloquium. Your collaborative spirit and shared purpose have made this remarkable gathering possible. We sincerely thank our key sponsors, especially the First Bank of Nigeria and the United Bank for Africa, for their invaluable support in making this initiative a reality. The Medi Colloquium of Tertiary Institutions in Ondo State, initiated by our dynamic Vice Chancellor, Professor Adenike Temidayo Ladiji, FAS, Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, Akure, marks the first time that all tertiary institutions in Ondo State and the neighboring states, especially Osun, are coming together with a united force, a shared vision, and a common purpose to co-create a more prosperous and resilient future through education. Since its inauguration on February 6, 2025, the Planning Committee, comprising representatives from all collaborating institutions, have worked diligently and collaboratively, confident that our collective efforts will lead to even greater accomplishments. The team, fostering collaborations and innovation among tertiary institutions for sustainable development in Nigeria, is timely as it aligns with the need of national economic transformation and the Ondo State, our EASE framework, both of which prioritize economic diversification and human capital development. The sub-themes of the colloquium elaborate our core vision, which include 1, innovative research through partnership and collaboration; 2, producing employable and entrepreneurial-savvy 21st century graduates. The team and sub-team frame a dialogue around 1, building bridges between academia, government, and industry; designing locally relevant and globally significant research outcomes; generating actionable solutions to Nigerian economy, socio-economic challenges; and training graduates to lead in a competitive global economy. We are honored to have 2 distinguished Nigerians as keynote speakers who will lead our thoughts along these perspectives. These 2 highly distinguished speakers are 1, Professor Olufemi Adebisi Bamiro, the former Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, here seated; Mr. Muyiwa Akinyemi, the Group Deputy Managing Director, United Bank for Africa, on his way. Their insights will be amplified by a dynamic panel of experts from academia, industry, and government to ensure a holistic perspective that is rich, relevant, and forward-looking. Currently, there is no formal forum or committee bringing together the heads of tertiary institutions in Ondo State. Therefore, the key mandate for our committee is to initiate a sustainable forum that will bring together heads of the institutions, director of research, and other key stakeholders to form a think tank committed to knowledge sharing, collaborative research, and economic innovation. Thus, it is expected that all those who are involved in research, especially the director of research, in each of the institutions will come together to form a committee to serve as the propelling force for research economic growth under the heads of the tertiary institutions. As the colloquium progresses, we anticipate identifying key areas of mutual interest, such as technology development, graduate employability, and cross-disciplinary challenges in engineering, science, agriculture, education, and more, with the aim of sharpening our research focus in the short, medium, and long term. We also expect the colloquium to foster strategic collaborations and generate impactful outcomes across sectors, including engineering, as mentioned, agriculture, health, education, and beyond. Your Excellency, heads of tertiary institutions present here today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your gracious attention.
A round of applause for the chairman, LOC. I'd like to recognize Professor Adebola, Dean, School of Physical Sciences, and by Mike Christabel, the next inaugural lecturer of this great university. A round of applause for him, please. You know, when there is a vision, we have somebody that will get the vision and would invite others to be part of the vision. The visionary, the person who envisioned this very, very important program is our Vice Chancellor. And I'd like to respectfully invite the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Professor Adenike Oladici, to give her address. A round of applause for Madam Vice Chancellor, please.
Your Excellency, Honorable Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, the Governor of Ondo State, we believe he will join us, or his representative. Top government functionaries, vice chancellors, rectors, and provosts of the collaborating and participating institutions, former vice chancellors, rectors, and provosts, our revered keynote speakers, Professor Olufemi Bamiro and Mr. Muyiwa Akiyemi. You know, every time we call Professor Bamiro, some of us will call him our ancestor, or we call him one of our living legends. Thank you for being alive to continue to share what you know best to do. My path crossed his path maybe about 10 years ago, and since then he has been a mentor and a father to me. Thank you, sir, for all that you do. Captains of industries, deputy vice chancellors here present, academic and development from FUTA, registrar and other principal officers of sister institutions, eminent scholars, the chairman colloquium committee, Professor Tumola Obamuye, other members of the colloquium planning committee, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my delight to welcome everyone to this most noble occasion, the first colloquium of tertiary institutions in Ondo State. I welcome very specially and with utmost reverence the #1 citizen of Ondo State, our amiable governor, Honorable Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa. I would be remiss in my obligations if I fail to specially thank Mr. Governor for the support and encouragement that we have been receiving from His Excellency as a university, and since this noble idea was mooted. The disposition of His Excellency to this arrangement is a clear sign of the belief of Mr. Governor in the tertiary institutions in particular and education in general as a massive tool for engendering and sustaining socioeconomic development. Knowledge, it is said, is light, and knowledge, it is also said, is power. This truism says much about what promotion of knowledge can do in any society. I sincerely appreciate His Excellency for being a torchbearer in the quest to subdue the challenges of our society through the instrumentality of knowledge. I also specifically thank him for his role in the recent approval of the FUTA Teaching Hospital. I must also thank the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, who has continued to reposition education in our dear country. I also want to thank all the leaders of the tertiary institutions in Ondo State, vice chancellors, rectors, and provosts, and participating institutions who bought into this noble idea. It is not important, or it is not even impossible, for FUTA to organize a colloquium in which the resource persons and participants will be drawn from within the university. However, there is no doubt that contributions will be richer when resource persons are drawn from different institutions, with every speaker bringing diverse ideas to table. Every environment has its peculiarities, and an amalgamation of diverse experiences will yield a far richer and more impactful outcome than what a group of people sharing the same local experience would offer. I thank the participating institutions for the encouraging response to our overture. The positive response to the clarion call is, to us, a shot in the arm. We are definitely more energized to continue to foray into critical intellectual territories to bring up ideas that could transform our society. The idea of this first colloquium of tertiary institutions in Ondo State was conceived at the Federal University of Technology, Akure, as a platform for sharing ideas, showcasing innovations, and establishing partnership to address the educational and socioeconomic challenges facing the state, while uniting stakeholders from the various tertiary institutions, government agencies, captains of industries, and community organizations to chart a sustainable course for a prosperous future for the academic institutions involved, in particular, and Ondo State in general. The ultimate goal is to channel education first to the development of Ondo State and then the world at large. Hence the theme of the colloquium, fostering collaborations and innovations among tertiary institutions in Ondo State for sustainable development. The objectives of the colloquium are: 1, to create synergy for development, that is, promote partnership and collaboration between academic institutions, government, development partners, and relevant stakeholders to improve town and gown relationships. 2, to enhance research and innovation, promote research initiatives and partnerships that address both local and global challenges. 3, to develop innovative solutions, that is, propose innovative ideas to address economic, environmental, and other societal challenges. And 4, to foster employability of graduates, that is, would devise strategies to enhance employability and entrepreneurial abilities of the products of participating institutions. Historically, societies have witnessed different stages of human civilization centering around knowledge. Based on advancement in knowledge, societies have been changing, transforming, and transitioning. The changes have been made possible through human endeavors to harness nature through exploration, knowledge, and research. Globally, universities operate through the tripodal mandate of knowledge generation, that is what we call research, knowledge impartation, that we do through our teaching, and knowledge application, which we refer to commonly as our community service. And this is same for other tertiary institutions. I believe this colloquium is a form of community service for all participating institutions. We will, as academic community, shine light through education to sustainably develop our state and our nation, Nigeria. Universities and other tertiary institutions have profound impact on leading economies worldwide. They drive innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic growth through various channels. There are clear positive spillover effects from higher education institutions to geographically close neighboring regions, and part of the effects of the presence of universities and other tertiary institutions on growth is mediated through an increased supply of human capital and greater innovation. It has also been established that within countries, higher historical universities' presence is associated with stronger pro-democratic attitudes. Universities and research institutions have always played very significant roles in the transformation of our society. But the most telling has been their influence on the fourth industrial revolution. The tech industry in the USA, for instance, is only dependent on Stanford University and other research institutions like the MIT. MIT has a strong track record of supporting entrepreneurship, with many successful startups and companies emerging from there. Cambridge University has contributed to the growth of the Silicon Valley region in the United Kingdom with numerous tech startups and companies, while the Australian economy is significantly impacted by the group of 8 universities. The above records are convincing of the impact of universities and research institutions, the impact that these institutions can make on economies and the society at large. The above references are strongly connected with IT. Even if we, as a nation, cannot rival them, at least for now, I would like to ask, what are we doing to impact our immediate environments. And hence our gathering here today, which I believe is an introductory meeting to a lasting relationship. Recently, the Senate President, His Excellency Godswill Akpabio, decried exportation of raw materials from Nigeria to the Western nations. That is a challenge to our tertiary institutions. Our men and women should not be operating like plantation boys and girls in the 21st century. The challenge is to us, researchers in all the tertiary institutions, to begin serious work on how our natural resources can be upgraded into processed or at least semi-processed commodities with higher values and greater impact on our economy and the society at large. During this colloquium, I plead that all heads of tertiary institutions will at some point step aside for a brief meeting to discuss our next move, possibly set up an MOU drafting committee. We will also be talking about our first conference and our modus operandi, just to highlight some plans to move forward. I must thank the local organizing committee, ably led by Professor T. Obamuyi. When the idea of this colloquium was conceived, the burden of getting appropriate driver emerged. I found in him and other members, both from within and outside FUTA, committed academics. They translated the vision appropriately, and the result is what we are experiencing today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me to give a clap to the local organizing committee. Finally, I welcome most warmly the keynote speakers, Professor Olufemi Bamiro and Mr. Muyiwa Akinyemi. I have no doubt whatsoever that we are going to be stimulated by your richly informed presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, when your ancestor come to speak with you, you can know the quality of what he will discuss. I extend due courtesies to the discussants and all the participants in this noble endeavor. And I wish every one of us a most memorable time as we patiently participate in the full course of this colloquium. Thank you, and God bless you.
Can we double the applause for our Vice Chancellor? Some landmark cannot be vitiated. There cannot be another first female Vice Chancellor of FUTA. So let's double the applause for the very first female Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Technology. Mr. Governor is here. I don't know whether we noticed when Mr. Governor came in. He's here through two key functionaries of his administration, Dr. Akindele Ige, Admin Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. And because of the importance that is attached to this gathering by Mr. Governor, he has sent a two-man delegation. The other person in their party is Prince Olu Obajinluye, Director of School Services of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. We welcome you. I'd like to bring to the podium, I hope he's been there, Professor Joseph Fatukas is representing the Vice Chancellor at Achievers University, is the Provost, College of Education of that great institution. College of Medicine, I'm told. You are welcome, sir. I'd like to recognize Professor Michael Ashamo, the Dean School of Life Sciences. You are welcome, sir. Let me also recognize the registrars of higher institutions that are here. Mr. Gabriel Awe is there in person. He's the registrar, Federal Polytechnic, Ileoluchi. We welcome you, sir. One of our own, Mr. Daramola, registrar, Stella Maris University, Supari, Akoko. We welcome you, sir. Barrister, St. Mary's University, Supari, Akoko. Mr. Ezekiel Adeniran, registrar, University of Medical Sciences, Ondo. You are welcome, sir. And of course, my senior colleague, Mr. Omolulu Adegbenru, Registrar, Elizade University. We welcome you, sir. I also welcome Mrs. Olufisayo Fakurede, Registrar, Adeyemi Federal University of Education, Ondo. You are welcome, ma. And Mr. Owulabi Patrick, Registrar, Federal College of Agriculture, Akure. You are all welcome. In protocol, when the governor speaks, that settles the matter. So we're going to wait a little bit, allow the representatives of the governor to catch their breath while we do one or two things. At this point, I'd like to invite, for just 4 minutes, the representative of First Bank, Mr. Kolawole Ayodele, and he's working in a bank, and he's also Kolawole. So if you need money, he's also their business manager. You may need to consult him. Let's welcome, they are one of our esteemed partners in this endeavor.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Vice Chancellors. Please, for want of time, and like we say in Nigeria, permit us to stand on existing protocol. I also specially recognize the representative of Mr. Governor. Yes, you know, we can't talk. We congratulate you for bringing this up. Thank you so much. And we are money people. We can't talk without talking about money. Okay, we're waiting for Oga to bring out our presentation. Thank you. We are the oldest around here, and it is natural that we want to participate in things that are also groundbreaking. So we congratulate you for pulling this together. And you talk about development in learning and character. Meanwhile, we put money in people's pockets. Without money in people's pockets, there will be problem. Even when the character will be shaky when there is no money. So we won't stop talking about money after congratulating you. So we are always looking for, either looking for money, taking from somewhere, or giving to somebody. So thank you. Tech people, Madam also talked about tech people, so we won't thank you tech people for doing this. I think that's where the money is. I'm also looking for a career switch so that I can go and get tech money. Are we ready? Okay, I'm going to, even if we are not ready, we're going to talk about basically what we do in the bank. Please go to the third slide. Since you talk about youth, most of the time you deal with people who are very young, and so what we also brought is to say, okay, we've been here for 130 years, so we understand the problems, and we know that the only thing to do is actually to get this youth to participate in banking. And so we develop products basically to help youth, which we call Explore First, so that we talk to our daughters, our sons, our students, as they come for advice that, okay, the only thing you can do is also to begin to work on financial literacy. Basically, that's what we do so that we have a product on youth segment we call Explore First. Please go on so that I don't take people's time. Okay. We look at the demography of the population. Age 15 to 25 make up 30% of the global population, and over 80% of the youth prefer digital banking. So they want their bank on their phone, which we done as a bank. United Nations, IMF, everybody is talking about financial inclusion, because one of the ways to cure poverty is financial education. And one of the things that also won prizes. I remember the man, Mohamed Sunish, one of the economists that won Bankers to the Poor, Grammar Bank, won a laureate for that, developing things that, how you use finance to cure poverty. And also we collaborate with schools. Some of the schools run our school portal help with this. Please go on so that we can quickly do this. Next. Okay. Now, these are target audience for our first Explore, 18 to 29, which are basically the people you care about. Exceptional cases, if students get admission before 18, 16 to 17, we can also accommodate them with the support of the school. That's why we're always collaborating. By the time they show us the admission letter, we can say, oh, you are not 18, but the bank can still accommodate you. And we also divided them into tier 1, 2, 3. Tier 1 can take just a form, passport photograph, BVN. Tier 2, you come with introduction letter from the school or school ID card or admission letter, then plus our form. Then the tier 3, if the person has valid ID card, maybe has done voter's card, international passport to support, please go on. We tier them to 3, and this is what all the tiers can do. Maximum deposit for tier 1, a maximum of 300,000, single deposit of 3 or 50,000. Tier 2, maximum deposit of 500,000, and a single deposit of 100,000. Basically, that is what we do as a bank to ensure that the youth, we don't wait forever before we have them in our books. We don't want them to become very old before they get introduced to banks, so that they can begin to manage their finances. Please go on. I think my time is exhausted. Okay, this is also talking about the demography we have around, talking about employment, and you can see the youth segment also. But essence of all of this is that we are here to partner to create wealth. The whole essence of education, everything is so that the man can stand on his feet. It doesn't become nuisance to the society, and that's what money does, since they answer it all things. Next, and I think that's about all. Okay, this is our process to open account. Account can be opened on the phone, on our app, on the ATM, by dial *894#. And next, and I think that is a thank you, right? Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Well delivered. No, he has given me. Oh. A round of applause for First Bank. After almost, I think, more than a century, they still stand gidigba in the Nigerian financial landscape. Let's give it another round of applause. At least you can keep your money in First Bank and go to sleep. You cannot do the same with CBEX. Okay, so First Bank, you have the endorsement of all the eggheads here. A round of applause once again for First Bank. I'd like to recognize Professor O.F. Afolabi, Director, Academic Planning, Adekunle Ajasin University, Akungba Akoko, Professor Olugbenga Samuel Uki, Director, External of the same university, Professor Samuel Eriabi, Director, Center for Entrepreneurship, and Professor Olushola, Director, Center for Research and Development. We'll take 2-3 goodwill messages before the governor addresses us. I'd like to bring to the podium Professor Shidrak Olufemi Akindele, Vice Chancellor, Redeemers University, Ede, Osun State, to speak to us for 2.5 minutes. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir.
The representative of His Excellency and all the other guests on the high table, permit me to adopt the already established protocol for this event. It is with great honor and deep sense of purpose that we, the participating institutions, especially from Redeemers University, Ede, Osun State, and the other institutions from Osun State here present in this noble colloquium, we extend our heartfelt goodwill message to our hosts, the Vice Chancellor of this noble institution, the Federal University of Technology, Akure, and to all the dignitaries and scholars here present. This colloquium to us stands as a testament to the enduring spirit of collaboration, intellectual advancement, and educational excellence that defines the Federal University of Technology, Akure. And as participating institutions, we share in this vision in shaping the future of higher education in Nigeria. We commend the Visioner, the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Professor Temidayo Oladiji, as well as the team that have made this a reality today. We see this as an opportunity for us all to exchange ideas freely and to address challenges also collectively and chart new pathways for sustainable academic growth and development. Let this gathering not only strengthen the bonds between our institutions, but also ignite actionable insight, just as the VC has said, that will uplift our communities, enrich our curricula, and inspire the next generation of thinkers. Finally, it is my prayer that starting from this colloquium, we will be able to form, like she has rightly suggested, impactful collaborative research groups that will make impact in our society, just as the examples she gave in her talk. It is a pleasure for us to be here, and we look forward to a very glorious meeting together with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I like to, this is about higher institutions. So I like to bring forward the Rector, Federal Polytechnic Ileoluji, Dr. Ademola Ebeluku, to give a short goodwill message too.
Sir, the representative of the governor, the host of this event, the keynote speakers, the head of a tertiary institution, all other participants, you are welcome to this event. Well, let me congratulate my sister, because this is first time in the history of Ondo State to bring all of us together. So you can, God bless you for that. God bless you. And I believe this is the beginning of success, because if you can work together as a team, we'll be able to move the forest. And I believe with this first attempt, by God's grace, we are going to work together to accomplish our goals and objectives. And with this one, I believe head of tertiary institution in Ondo State, they'll be able to come together as a team, able to get anything from anywhere. And I believe with our level of cooperation, we can make it. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. A round of applause for him once again. At this point, I'd like to bring to the podium the representative of the governor of Ondo State, Dr. Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, in person of Dr. Akindele Ige, Admin Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, to deliver the governor's address.
Our very distinguished personalities on the high table. Let me be using the host Vice Chancellor, the erudite Professor Oladiji, as the point of contact. Other distinguished invited guests to this occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I recognize everybody, and I am also bringing the greetings from Honorable State Governor, Dr. Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, and the members of its team. Ordinarily, because of the importance of this ceremony, of this program, Mr. Governor would have loved to be here physically. But if we look around, if we observe, the situation, we realize that presently the team, Mr. Governor, on behalf of the state, is marking the 100 days in office. It has commenced, the program has already commenced, and presently, Mr. Governor is busy somewhere attending to some of the programs already earmarked for the program. Let me also be appreciating the host Vice Chancellor and others in our team for packaging this event, which without any doubt will mark a significant milestone in the history of tertiary education in the state and Nigeria at large. I have the prepared address with me, and as a civil servant, we work on directive. Since the address is here with me, I will present the address on his behalf. Once again, I recognize everybody in attendance. Protocols highly recognized. And I'm saying good morning to everybody I read. It is a great honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering of the Colloquium of Tertiary Institutions in Ondo State, a timely convergence of leadership, intellect, and innovation aimed at shaping the future of higher education in our dear Sunshine State. Let me begin by appreciating the Federal University of Technology, Akure, for graciously hosting this strategic event. FUTA remains a national and continental beacon in technological research and innovation in Nigeria and globally. I am also proud to acknowledge other leading tertiary institutions in our dear Sunshine State. University of Medical Sciences, Olusegun Agagu University of Science and Technology, Adekunle Ajasin University Akungba Akoko, Rufus Giwa Polytechnics, Adeyemi Federal University of Education, Federal College of Agriculture, Federal Polytechnic Ileoluji, and others. Permit me also to commend the numerous private universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and vocational institutions across the states. Your role in expanding access, diversifying programs, and introducing innovation into the tertiary education landscape is deeply valued and recognized. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, together, all these institutions constitute the academic, technical, and professional engine room of Ondo State. Their contribution to human capital development, innovation, technological advancement, and economic transformation cannot be overemphasized. As we gather here today, we must collectively reflect on how to realign our tertiary education system with global realities. Digital disruption, climate change, innovation-driven economies, and the urgent need to equip our youth with future-relevant skills. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, also, government commitments. Let me assure you all that Ondo State government remains unwavering in the commitment to revitalizing tertiary education. We have taken deliberate steps by increasing institutional funding, supporting digital infrastructure upgrade, improving research facilities, and strengthening staff development schemes. We continue to prioritize bursary disbursements, award of scholarship, financial assistance to indigent students. Also ensure timely subvention to state-owned institutions and advance policy reforms that promote inclusivity, excellence, and accountability. I also talk on strategic priorities. Our administration has identified the following focus areas. 1, institutional autonomy and sound governance, promoting innovation and accountability. 2, expanding access while enforcing quality, ensuring equity across gender, geographic, and socioeconomic status. Thirdly, research and innovation excellence with measurable impact on policy, the economy, and community well-being. Nevertheless, we also have the curriculum reforms geared toward employability, entrepreneurship, digital fluency, and values-driven leadership. Also, strengthening partnership with industry, the private sector, and international institutions to bridge the gap between classroom learning and labor market demands. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a call to action. I urge that the colloquium not end as a ceremonial, that this colloquium will not end as a ceremonial event, but lead to the formation of a formal working group or a shared blueprint for tertiary education reform in Ondo State, comprising actionable recommendations, realistic timelines, and collaborative pathway for implementation. Let us commit to sustained dialogue, transparent monitoring, and institution-driven innovation that will uplift our young people and secure the future of our state. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as Nelson Mandela reminds us, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Let us wield this weapon collectively, boldly, wisely, and compassionately for the progress of our institutions, the empowerment of our youth, and the transformation of our dear Sunshine State. Thank you all. God bless our institutions. God bless Ondo State, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, the worthy representative of the Governor of Ondo State. I will have a tete-a-tete with the representative of the Governor because we want to break protocol. I'm told that if you want to open an account with First Bank, they have a stand outside, so you can open your account, you can check your balance. You can also do so many things that are fiscal, not physical, fiscal, and they would attend to you. At this point, I'd like to bring to the podium, I've sought and gotten the indulgence of Mr. Governor. I therefore bring to the podium the branch manager UBA, Mrs. Adebola Ogunleye, to speak for 4 minutes and a quarter of a second.
Good morning, everyone. Because of the short time I have, I would like to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Adebola Ogunleye, as rightly said, and I represent UBA Bank here. This is a goodwill message. Our gathering here today is a great one, and I'm happy that we are co-sponsoring with the bank. As you know, like the bank, my other partners has also said, we believe in financial education. For us to excel, if we are not prudent, there is no way we can excel. And in our bank, for the students, we have a product we call Next Gen. It's an account whereby students can have access to their finances without having to depend on their parents. The features is that if a student has his letter of admission and an ID card, we can actually give an account. We have like 2 tiers. There's tier 1, which is basically the admission letter. But the tier 2 is the one whereby the student will give us the ID card. And with that, they can have up to about 500 into their account. And for the tier 1 is about 300. This is a very good initiative by the institutions in Ondo State, and I know that very, very well. If we are starting now this year, in subsequent colloquium that will definitely come up, we will see impactful things from this unit, from this colloquium, that will impact Ondo State as a whole, and even furthermore move on to the federal level. Thank you so much. We are with you in UBA. Like they say, wise man bank with UBA. Thank you very much.
And wise women too. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is about being wrapped up. I therefore like to invite a member of the organizing committee, Professor Ilemubayo Oguntimehin, to give a vote of thanks, at least for this session. As he makes his way, I'd like to recognize Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Yankee, the Registrar, Wesley University. If you are here, we recognize your presence in our institution. And Dr. Antoma Oluyemi, I think that should be Anthony Oluyemi Agona, Director, Quality Assurance, Wesley University. You are welcome to FUTA. Prof, sir.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Planning Committee, we'd like to appreciate the Executive Governor of Ondo State, Governor Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, ably represented here today by Dr. Akindele Ige, for accepting to be the chief host of this colloquium. Please let's give our governor a round of applause. Thank you. I also want to appreciate the host of this colloquium, Professor Adenike Oladiji, the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, Akure. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you, ma, for conceiving the idea and also passing the idea to all heads of tertiary institutions in Ondo State. Let me also appreciate all heads of tertiary institutions present here today. Both all the 13 heads of tertiary institutions and also the participating institutions from neighboring states. So we want to thank you for coming, and we hope that this is just the beginning of greater things to come to Ondo State. Thank you. Let's clap for them too. I want to thank the invited guest speakers, let me use Professor Olufemi Bamiro as point of contact to appreciate the invited guest speakers today. Please, let's clap for Professor Bamiro too. I want to thank the sponsors of this colloquium, First Bank of Nigeria and United Bank for Africa. We appreciate your donations and your contributions towards the planning of this colloquium. Please, let's clap for them too. Wonderful. Yeah. To all the participants, we appreciate you for coming, and we hope that you have an expectation for this colloquium. It is our prayers that by the end of today's programs, none of your expectations you'll be defeated. Thank you. We appreciate the pressmen, the organizers, all the members of the planning committees, the subcommittees, the entertainment, logistics, and all members of the committees that have contributed immensely to this program. We appreciate you, and we do hope that by the end of today's program, that much would have been accomplished as planned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to recognize Mr. David Akintola, the Acting Registrar, Redeemers University. Before the anthem, I'd like all the persons and institutions that I'm going to call to just stand and take a bow so that Mr. Governor will know that we are all fully represented. So delegates from Federal College of Agric, Akure, if you're here, just stand and take a bow. You're welcome. So Mr. Governor has seen you. Delegates from Adeyemi Federal University of Education, Ondo, thank you very much for coming. Delegates from Rufus Giwa Polytechnic, Owo, thank you for coming. Delegates from Adekunle Ajasi University, Akungba Akoko, thank you for coming. Delegates from National Open University of Nigeria, yeah, is there, we welcome you. Delegates from Redeemers University, Ede, you're welcome. Delegates from Wesley University, Ondo, we welcome you, sirs. Delegates from Achievers University, Owo, we welcome you. Delegates from Olusegun Agagu University of Science and Technology, Okitipupa, you are welcome, sir. Delegates from Elizade University, Laramokin, we welcome you. Delegates from Federal Polytechnic, Ileoluji, you're welcome, sirs. Delegates from the University of Ilesha, I'm told they are here, we welcome you. Delegates from University of Medical Sciences, Ondo, we welcome you. Delegates from St. Mary's University, Sukbari Akoko, you're welcome. Have I left out any institution, collaborators? I think I have. Delegates from the Federal University of Technology, Akure. Thank you. On that note, I'd like all of us to stand as we take the footer as the national anthem to wrap up the opening ceremony.
Ever winning, never leaving, never peaceful. Advancing of technology. Land of nation, land for national progress. Academic excellence is our tradition. Technology for self-reliance. Self-reliance, yes. Self-reliance, yes. Promoting of unity of culture. Championing the cause of technology. The shining example. The pride of Nigeria. With the blessings on our side, we shall go places. Self-reliance.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native. may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you very much. I like the representative of Mr. Governor and the head of institutions to make their way to the foyer there where a group photograph will be done. All other delegates, kindly take your seats. Some persons are coming to attend to you. Thank you very much. The protocol, please guide them. And I'd like to inform us that we're going to start the second session to time. It starts at exactly 12 p.m. I'd like the keynote speakers to also join them for the group photograph. The second session will start to time. We're going to ensure that, kindly ensure that whatever we do by 12, we reconvene for the continuation of the colloquium. Once again, welcome to the Federal University of Technology, Akure, the nation's leading university of technology. Please, I need the ushers to join me here, all the ushers and some of the protocol officers. We need to get this place prepared for the second session. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of us to the second session, perhaps we can say the working session of this all-important colloquium. I'd like to ask those of us who are outside that we are kickstarting the second session right away, and I would invite Mrs. Fabui to join me, one of my colleagues in the Directorate of Corporate Communication and Protocol, FUTA. I'd like to invite our first keynote speaker, an erudite professor, well-grounded in university administration, former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, Professor Olufemi Adebisi Bamiro. My colleague will read a short citation of our keynote speaker.
Thank you. Olufemi Adebisi Bamiro, distinguished academic and erudite scholar, is a professor of mechanical engineering and former vice-chancellor of the University of Ibadan. He attended Molusi College, Ijebu-Igbo, and proceeded to Government College, Ibadan, obtaining the best result of the year at the Cambridge Higher School Certificate Advanced Level. Afterwards, he proceeded as Shell Scholar to the University of Nottingham, England, earning a Bachelor of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering with first-class honors in 1971. He worked briefly for Shell BP in Nigeria as pipeline engineer, entrepreneurship studies, and information technology. He also has several publications on micromechanics and technology development in local and international journals. Professor Bamiro has served as consultant to several companies in both the private and public sectors of the Nigeria's economy, as well as international agencies. He is also the current Pro-Chancellor, Chairman Governing Council, Elizade University, Laramokin. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Professor Olufemi Adebisi Bamiro as he leads the discourse on innovative research through partnership and collaboration. Thank you.
Well, why is getting ready? So, well, I think this is working section, so the protocol is not as that, but all the same, I think one must appreciate the presence of the representative of the governor of the state, here present, and then also, most importantly, I must appreciate the vice chancellor of this university, and FUTA for this excellent idea, as you will see in my presentation. I don't think there has been any state where all the higher education institutions have come together, to address, issues that we are talking about here. So one must, and then of course, heads of the institutions, here present, then all the others allow me to stand on the existing protocol. I can comfortably stand on the existing protocol because I'm a mechanical engineer. I've calculated that standing on it, it can withstand the stress, So, no problem at all. So, I go straight. Another thing, apology I must make. I have many slides. I usually speak to my slides. I don't read my slides. I speak to the slides. So if you see me moving fast, don't think that. And then also, I've heard from the organizers. They said that, well, later, they'll be making these slides as well as even the written paper available to participants. And so because of that, I'll be able to move fast with my presentation. And I'm of course commend, again, that it's not just a comment that we're talking and that's the end. I think there will be matters arising follow-up. So which means that, so it's, so let me quickly go, oh yeah. Well, Technology is waiting. Oh, no. Okay. Well, like I said, I'll be moving very fast in this. Now, this is innovative research for sustainable development through partnership and collaboration. First and foremost, I must express my sincere appreciation, which I've already done, for this colloquium. And I say that when you talk of development, most importantly, we are talking, most nations are referring to sustainable development goals. And you see how I treat this in terms of the challenges, being faced by the various nation states. Now, modified title, I say innovative research for sustainable development. I imported the word sustainable. And what I'm supposed to do was give insights to challenges to partnership and collaboration in research and development. In other words, partnership is recognized. Then global best practices in managing collaboration and partnership in tertiary institutions. I will give examples on this, which can be followed by the state, and other relevant matters. Under other relevant matters, what I've done in here is looking at the themes of the colloquium. I saw that question of a graduate employability. I didn't know that somebody will be, but the person will be addressing that is from the private sector. But I'll be addressing it from the side of the, the university. So, okay, this is okay. So I said that I've taken this as something to mean that research is now undoubtedly the established tool for achieving the goals of national development, no matter how defined. From Millennium Development Goals 2000 to 2015 and Sustainable Development Goals 2015, SDGs pose serious challenges to the development and deployment of research capacity of our HEIs to the social economic space. And you see, then I quickly note here that in 21st century, knowledge-based economy, we're talking of knowledge economy now. Now in there, they rely, we create the prosperity of well-being of nations. Research and tertiary education systems are the primary drivers of this. And they play three key roles. They produce cutting-edge knowledge, they transfer, exchange, and apply that to drive innovation, and they educate and skill knowledge workers. That is the responsibility in the knowledge economy of our institutions. So that, as I said, the major innovation requires not only researchers, but also businesses that must come into play, and you will see how I define this, later. So I said most required of our institution is for them to play the three key roles of research, knowledge dissemination, and in other words, we are not calling, our institution, they always say, what are the functions of university? They say teaching, research, and community service. Nothing has changed. It's only the dynamics of those responsibilities, that have changed. So I said teaching, research, community. So what we are witnessing is the dynamics. And I quickly give an example of IBBU in University, provides a good example of what the university vice chancellor said. He said IBBU is a modern, outward-looking institution committed to engaging with major issues of our time. He saw the university from that point of view. Our research strategy commits us to addressing national development challenges that, when resolved, will promote economic growth. In other words, the research being carried by the university is focused towards, development. The university had made national and international impacts on research output in oil and gas and so on. Through that policy. And then, most importantly, to achieve our university will need collaboration of scholars of goodwill. And for this reason, the university is also working collaboratively. No university can do it alone. You have to collaborate, with other universities. That is what the vice chancellor is saying there. Then the import of vice chancellor is that the community is invited to make an impact beyond, through research, development, and innovation, and to appreciate the fact that no university can do it alone. Collaboration, local and international, is key to tackling developmental challenges.
Then commendation, I commend the organizers have done in this thing that, I'm so impressed by the very excellent representative of government, academia, and industries. This is a recognition of the required partnership, because that is what countries are developing all over the world. That's what they are using, partnership between government, industry, academia. And it is referred to as triple helix. It is what they are doing, and you will see it in play later on when I make the presentation. Now, I said, lest we forget. Permit me to make reference to the national workshop on enhancing viable technological invention, innovation, and R&D results in Nigeria, held in this university from 13th to December, in December 2010. I recall the paper, Research and Innovation for National Development, the FUTA Perspective. And that was given by the director then of Professor Aleto. And then from that outcome of that workshop, evolution of new dynamics for funding research involving government, higher education institutions, encouragement of linkage programs between higher education institutions, research institutions, and companies, and researchers themselves must be more proactive and aggressive in the pursuit of grants. And on FUTA, the comment by the state governor then, Mimiko, was to the fact that they can call the governor promise that his government will promote the university by patronizing products that come, haven't commended the university. In other words, government realized the important role that must be played. Then, collaborative research at FUTA. And that in 2013, Professor S. Ola led other researchers from FUTA and other institutions, local and foreign, to undertake the third fund-funded basic research project titled Site Remediation in Nigeria, Proving an Innovative Technology. This was under the third fund NRF thematic area. That time I was chairman of that NRF thematic area, and very interesting thing that happened there. Now, collaborating with FUTA, it was a multidisciplinary team involving online self-engineer, then chemists, microbiology, geologists, as well as partnership for laboratory work from University of Manitoba, Canada. And what was the problem that they were supposed to tackle? I said in there, the estimated 65,000 people of Barua in Lagos own about 350 hand-dug wells for domestic water supply. More than 200 of these wells were then under lock and key because of the oil seepage. And of course, the economy of the area almost, down seriously. And one of the major goals of the research was to remediate the study area. Previous attempts failed. And that shows more or less the area we are talking about that Professor Ola and his group had to tackle. Suffice it to say that this is the composition, internal research team. I'm saying this because research now, development, like I said, is multidisciplinary. You have to bring the various disciplines together, and that's what they have done. That was when we visited then in 2013. That's Professor Ola there in Native. And in their third fund, multidisciplinary research grant given to them was 36 million, led to the development of the basic technology. It also provided opportunity for the training of undergraduate and postgraduate students. Some of the postgraduate students in the university took this also as their postgraduate. And you see this running through the university I'll be presenting. It is not only just the research and something. No. You bring it as opportunity to develop, postgraduate. And the students also, participated at master and PhD. Now this is, the equipment you see in there, sand tank. I don't know. I hope it's still here. Huh? I hope it's still, or the research is gone. Okay, that is sand tank. Then you see Professor Ola taking us, the group, through the simulation that they had to make. And then you see this, you can't believe that this was fabricated in your department, in your workshop for the project. This was fabricated. Then you have in there these silos looking like imported. They were all fabricated here in FUTA. Okay? And you see in their soil lab, where they were doing all the experiments to see, and then you see the soil testing lab, during that project. So researchers that provided the right information to the Barua water and soil pollution problem in Lagos were located mainly in FUTA. Now, I remember when they applied for this grant, some of those assessors said, how can you be giving grant to a university in far away Akure to come and solve a problem in Lagos? But I must say that some of us, as I said, thanks to Professor Lai and his team for achievement that made those of us supported the grant were proud while communicating the basic message that distance is no barrier to tackling research-driven problems. Because all these institutions we are talking about in Ondo State, I'm sure you are spread all over. So there's no way that you won't have some challenges that will involve, a number of your universities that are not necessarily even close or even beyond the state. I think that point must be made. Okay, I hope. All right. So the structure of my presentation, you will say, what have I been doing then? Okay, is further presentation. It's responsibility of university towards transforming our nation state, and then nature of research in a university committed to helping, let's say the state to achieve its SDGs. Triple helix as what this at work in South Africa. So, and then basic features of SDGs and where we come in as university to help. Then the other initiative of rapid, the cluster initiative. I may not necessarily get there, but it's very, very important. I'm sure in Ondo State, there must be some clusters. You know, in some industrial clusters, in some area, whether textile, minerals, and so on. And university has an important role to play in upgrading their knowledge and competitiveness. Aside from RMO, Research Management Office, I think most universities have this. Towards transforming, what are these responsibilities? Globalization. What we're now talking about is ideas, resources, people, economy, values, knowledge. When you talk of globalization, those are elements of globalization. But I always say here, the most, globalization is what I call economic globalization. And that is industrial competitiveness. Because that is where we feel globalization most. Strip down, economic globalization is competition for the control of your market and your resources. Those are the things that people want to control from outside of your locality. Now, so in here, I'll just say that, this is economic partnership agreement. Europe wanted to sign economic partnership agreement with Africa. And what is the meaning of that economic partnership agreement? What does he say? What does he say? Put simply, access to European market on the terms that enjoy for more than 3 decades. Africa is now required to eliminate tariffs on at least 80% of imports from EU. So maybe Trump probably read this and he started using tariff as a weapon. But they were to use that as a weapon against Africa, in which we are supposed to not charge anything for any goods coming to us. So, and what happens? Some of the consequences of economic globalization, which we are feeling today, unregulated global economy, concentration of power and wealth in the hands of men, loss of jobs, brain drain as a result of this. And I give an example here. Dunlops. I'm sure most of us here, we are old enough to have heard about Dunlop. But is Dunlop still in Nigeria? Why did Dunlop leave Nigeria? In here, I said, in here, okay, Dunlop went down after producing tires in Nigeria for 45 years. And this was even thereby closing its 80 billion tire plant. That was in 2012. The expansion of tire was completed. Suffice to say that why did Dunlop leave? That we are now having imported tires from Japan, South Africa, and we are losing a lot of money. Why did Dunlop leave? Dunlop used to invest $800,000 annually on electricity generation, while paying half of the amount as electricity to PACN then. The high cost of production due to unreliable electricity, unstable government policy, led to Dunlop going down. And what was that government policy? The government of every review of import from 40% to 10% in 2006. That is, the Western country, they put pressure on our government to reduce the import duty. And by the time they reduced it from 40% to 10%, Dunlop could not compete, and Dunlop went on that. So I'm saying this because government policy also has an important role to play in securing, the economy. Then the other one, resources. I usually refer to the land grab that is going on now in Africa. And I don't know whether it has arrived in Nigeria. Anyway. Okay, next. Why is the land grab? Because Africa is big. Everybody is looking now in the direction of Africa. Especially those countries like China, India, who have less land to feed heavy population. And what do we have in here? Africa is 11.7 million square miles. And as indicated in here, countries like USA, China, Europe, Argentina, India, New Zealand, they will feed into Africa. All of them will feed into Africa. So, what is now happening is that with 99-year lease for 2,500 acres, a Saudi Arabian investor brought in Spanish engineers and Dutch water technology and hired 1,000 women to pick 50 tons of food from Ethiopia. The food supply is driven 200 miles to Addis Ababa and flown 1,000 miles to the shops and restaurants of Dubai. So those of you who visit Dubai, that thing you are eating in there may be from Ethiopia. But the land they have got, are they producing products for the local consumption? No, it's for the export. So these are the realities we have to keep in mind, when we're talking of globalization. And China, of course, has a lot of money, to invest. So some of the consequences on regulated economy, I've already said. Well, what is going on here? That's our brain drain. Can you see the departure lounge? Here is the departure line on the left. Where is the arrival? That is, those who have Japa. How many are Japada? That's the reality. Part of the consequences of what we are talking about. Okay? Next. Okay? Now, the challenge for the Ondo State higher education institutions. All I've been saying is to get to this challenge. What the challenge you frame is reclaiming and building the identified local economies by working to create and sustain locally owned enterprises that sustainably harvest and process local resources to produce jobs and the goods and services that inhabitants of the state and beyond need to live happy and fulfilling life in balance with the environment. That is the major challenge for you as institution. How do you help reclaim, the local economy? The imperative, of course, is to seek to understand and fully steer the forces that drive globalization. You have to be aware of, globalization. So the imperative of knowledge, so science, technology, I mentioned in here, it is also important because I keep hearing university for knowledge, It's not enough. Knowledge is now not enough. As mentioned in there, the world economy no longer pays you for what you know. Google knows everything. Whatever you don't know, go and Google it. And it will come. Even we encourage students. I always tell my students, any student that relies on my lecture has already failed. Because we are no longer lecturers. In the sense that we are talking about at the cutting edge of knowledge. There is knowledge explosion. So it's not only what you are giving in the class that a student will have as knowledge. And in my own case, I learned that hard way. The question is, can your student know more than you? Some people said, no, how is that possible? Why am I a lecturer? I said that in the Senate of University of Ibadan. They almost kicked me out. They said, what do you mean by it? No, I then had to give an example of my own experience. As a mechanical engineer in my department, third year, we give students projects to do. It's not projects, it's not PhD or anything. No, it's just to expose them. Supervise it. I gave it 1 year. The student tried, but not quite. Another year, another student. Then I said I was probably not going to give it. Third year, I gave it third time. And one student came saying was interested. Their projects are supposed to be done over a session. 3 weeks into the first semester, this student has solved the problem. And he came to me. He said, sir, I've solved the problem. I said, what do you mean? Oh, you don't even understand the problem. Because we're in first semester. How? I said, okay, let me see. It was something involving simulation, real simulation, computer simulation. By the time I was seated in my seat and he came through the door, the computer he had under his armpit was so superior to my own. I said, wala beo. And I said, is this your computer? He said, yes, that's my computer. Wow. I kept quiet. Supervise it. By the time he took me through what he has done, it went beyond what I expected. It was my own time now to be asking him, how did you do this? How did you do this? I said, how about this? The software platform I taught you in class. He said, that one. It's already obsolete. Where he went to have his industrial attachment, they were using sophisticated software platform. That was where he got the platform, to really, go beyond what I expected. But trust me, I told him, I said, you must install this software on my computer. He said, this is your computer. Hey, I said, if you don't install it, what if you? Thank God that he took it away after about 4 or 5 days, he brought it back. And he had already helped me to install. So I now told him I will be going to the class to introduce his colleagues to this new platform. But I told him, Toba Soha. When I'm doing it, Toba Soha, you will be in trouble. No, sir. So he was there, and the people were so excited about this new platform and so on. But at the point, I now said, well, welcome my teacher. And I said, that's John. And he stood there, wow, everybody clapping and so on. That is the point what he's making. Lecturing now is not a question of a one-way traffic. No, you have to really, you are now a facilitator. You facilitate, and you encourage your students to discover more. And they will discover more, because that is what fourth industrial revolution is all about. So we don't have to feel that, no, how can a student know more than me? No, they can't. You even encourage them, to know more than you. Okay? Views of conference of, no, I can move fast on this. In here, Dr. Adeshina, when he was our Minister of, Agric, he challenged us to face the problem of wheat importation, that we should be doing cassava bread. And what happened? Cassava bread, we saw our former president, Jonathan, eating the cassava bread. But what has happened? Where's cassava bread? The day I went to IITA, I nearly wept. I saw them selling cassava bread. Fantastic. So I now asked them, how come you are just having this? Well, they say, well, when the government is not interested. So you can have research results that can make a difference in there, and then they are just sitting down, in the lab. But this is where government can come in to ensure that, we move. Well, let me move fast. So, as I say, okay, now this one, I've already made the point, so I can make. Now, what we are saying is that the challenge for the university is a provision of R&D driven innovation as input to the various enterprises in the value chain of the driven industrial sector. In other words, government must be able to encourage university, to really carry out, what you can say, serious evaluation of industrial activities. And what are the challenges that they face for competition, and then being able, to fund them. And I said that geographical distribution, we now have 276 universities in the country, and you see the distribution. Federal now is 64, state is 62, and 63, and private 149. Okay? Well, today is Tuesday. By tomorrow, this will not be correct. Because every Wednesday, at the end of the Federal Executive meeting, a new university is created. But at least you can see where the universities are concentrated. That concentration, you must leverage advantage on that for collaboration. That is the point one is making with that. Okay? Now, this is innovation. Let me go. I can move fast in here. Because people talk of innovation, innovation, innovation. What is innovation? I use this as an example. In the chicken market, when we started having all these outcomes like Tantalizer, Mr. Biggs, and so on, most of their businesses are present on chicken. But they now discover that the imported chicken, the production of packaging of flesh of chicken was 190 to 200 naira per kg. Imported was being sold at 200. So can we compete? No. But it took one young guy, a graduate of Ife in Ibadan. He asked himself, if chicken coming to this country is being sold at 200 naira, which is the cost of my production, and from where the chicken is coming from, what will happen? It must have been much lower because you have to add transportation costs and then the profit. So through internet connectivity, he was able to discover the technology being used by the people from outside. And what did he get? Next, the technology to compete is called tunnel ventilation system. It means that instead of your poultry being exposed to the atmosphere, it is enclosed, and they control the temperature, humidity, and come and see the impact of that technology on performance. The traditional technology, where we just raise chickens in the open, by the time you finish, the cost per kg is about 191 naira per kg. When you use the new TVS, technology ventilation system, technology, what is it? 142. He brought it to Ibadan. And that was how he was able to compete with tenants. It's through technology. But the question I want to ask is this. Is it innovation? The technology that he brought to his farm and he started producing, is that innovation? Nobody is asking. Is it innovation? People can't answer. And I know your problem. To you, he has brought it from somewhere else, isn't it? Error, error, error. Innovation can come. Innovation is, you have been doing something this way, then you change it. Innovation is both process and product. So it's innovation. So what we're saying now in here is that innovation can take place outside the R&D, outside the university. People in the shop floor can innovate. Then innovation is not necessarily big science. Don't let us be looking at innovation as if it is invention. Innovation is not big science. And that's what we're saying. Can I ever become a sustainable, where time will not permit me to go into what happened when a student of ours had his industrial attachment in that factory, and he now saw this technology ventilation system, and he couldn't believe it. This was something they were not even talking, in animal science in Ibadan. When he came back and he gave his seminar, having done the industrial attachment, it was then that the professor of animal science realized, you meet TVS in Nigeria? How is that possible? But I like that professor. He didn't waste time. he was back in the factory. To that company to see what, and then from there, he started giving some students, what you can call projects. That's the type of thing we are talking about, So, and it makes a lot of difference. So let me now move faster. Wow, this thing is okay. I said government can stand an industrial sector, identify technological needs, challenge R&D institutions to undertake R&D for diffusion. Okay, and in here you come and help me. Oh, this thing is not moving. Aha. So what I'm saying in here, which I've said before, the triple helix partnership in tackling innovation. You have government, academia, industry. Those three are key that they work together. Okay? Now, illustrative cases, this one you can read it in there, no problem. Let me go to the South Africa example. Okay? In South Africa, the government carried out a critical evaluation of the economy, the industrial sector, to see whatever happening and where they could challenge their universities. And what happened? Okay? Okay. Through technology division. Yeah. Okay, the technology stations on that, what the government did was they identify each university with the problems, that they want them to help them solve. And they were funding, the interaction. Okay, don't worry, aha. Look at the various sectors of their economy. They identify the problems in all those sectors: agri, chemicals, composite material, downstream chemical, the one of interest, clothing and textile. They identify the problems, and then they identify the universities that will be helping them to address the challenges. Because the actors in those sectors, they were not able to compete. In the case of textile, they find that fabric from China, India, they were costing less than those from Nigeria. So, Agri-Food, Cape Peninsula University, this. So you see clothing and textile. How about our own textile industry? It has collapsed. And it was about the same time. But look at how South Africa approached it. They challenged Cape Town, University of Technology, Belleville, to go into that area. I'm having problem with this. Where's that man? I hope this thing is still. No, go on. It's still. Okay. All right. You still see more areas, being tackled. Now, technology stations performance. You can see in this chart, I've shown you, clothing and textile. The figures you are seeing in here were the key actors in that sector that they were going, they were visiting, the university visiting, to help them with their production. This sector. Then, next, okay, I probably will be doing like this. Cape Town University with the responsibility for helping the textile sector. Look what they've done. Look what they have done. This factory is right there in the university. And what are they doing? You see those people there. They were the actors in the textile sector being brought to the university to be able to expose them to some of the high-level processing technology. And where did they get this technology? They went abroad. They were in China, India, Germany, studying all these processes, which they now brought back to their university and teaching the students. So you can see what we're talking about. Government challenged them. Within 2 years, they were able to compete with products coming from China, India, name it, and even doing better. as a result of this. But what did they do? Not only for the actors. You see, oh, it's okay now? Okay. Okay? As I've shown in there. Let me be. As shown in there, below there, it said they established a department of textile technology. You know, a department of clothing and textile technology was established as a result of the output of that research and the impact it's having in the sector. And in there, they have over 3-year diploma and 4-year degree programs in clothing management and economics. You can see, you can move from your research, the product, and then you can move to now, how do you multiply that? By now developing students through programs and so on that will now go into the sector. That's what they have done in that sector. And it has made a lot of difference. And you see that also happening in other areas. So the program I've said in here, CPUT, making innovation cycle. The fourth industrial revolution we have already mentioned, that really what is driving it is the scale and scope complexity. But what people have noted, in Nigeria, what is the demography of Nigeria in terms of youth? Our youth constitutes what percentage? Huh? They call it high percentage, isn't it? Those between 20, 30, 40. And I remember a colleague of mine when he said, I'm afraid of Nigeria. I said, why are you afraid? He said, Nigeria is more ready for the fourth industrial revolution than there. I said, why? He said, take Germany. Most of the people there are old. And ICT is youth. It is youth. And that is why. Why do you understand why they have relaxed immigration? To bring in people from ICT and so on. Those are the people that will drive the artificial intelligence required in the force. They were not just doing it out of being nice. No. So, but for Nigeria, are we leveraging on that? That is one of the things I think universities, we have to work seriously on. Now let me move. Okay? Fourth industrial revolution, you see that. SDC. I've already stated this, that what we need is multidisciplinary research. Okay? In there. Okay? And in here, I give it as an example. The organomineral fertilizer production. Because I'm sure most of our universities also you have projects. The question is, how do you arrive at those projects? Here is a problem in the Bodija market in Ibadan. Biodegradable material in there, nothing being done. But that was until in 2001, 2 professors assisted by 3 graduate students at the Department of Agronomy and the Department of Prevention and Social Medicine, using only 50,000 naira Senate research grant. They were able to come up with a organomineral fertilizer that the farmers enjoy. This created demand for that fertilizer, which could not be met because this was just laboratory stage. At that point, raw materials development gave them 1 million, to develop prototype. They got 1 million, and for that to be, they discovered that they need, in that prototype, they will need to now bring engineers to develop, to design the plant that will be used. They came to mechanical engineering. They said, well, can we get a student who will take this as a postgraduate program? Well, this was my department. I remember members of the department say, wow, how can you say that a student will get PhD from designing and production of an organomineral fertilizer? They said that there will be nothing new, and therefore it will make no contribution to knowledge. By the time he writes his PhD, I think in our PhD thesis, you must put in somewhere there, contribution to whose knowledge? Whose knowledge are you talking about? That is the issue. So these are the sort of things we have to really watch out for. However, the project was approved, and then we went on some critical parts. When Oyo State government saw how well we are done with that, what did they do? They gave 10 million grants to further develop the plant. And as a result of that, you see the plant that have been developed, organomineral fertilizer, in here, and then you see the many people now coming in. Here I said the prototype, 3 engineers, metal working there. The PhD student mechanical engineering was awarded his PhD degree. Okay, whether you are looking for knowledge contribution or not. Okay, and then 3 agronomists were also awarded PhD. Where did agronomists come in? Because they were the one who did the ecological survey of the country. We are told that there are fertilizers and there are fertilizers. You have to know the condition of the soil, the ecological something. And that's what they did, and they got their own PhD. Okay? Then, I say here, a research idea can start with 1 or 2 researchers. As the research progresses, you may need more people. As it progresses into pilot stage, more funding is required, which you may not be getting. Then a patent can be obtained. I think most of us get patent. Why would you like patent? When it comes to promotion, paper publication is not the same thing as patent. Is that correct? I know in Ibadan, patent is 10 points. Your best research publication paper is 5 points. So patent is, something. But some people say, man, no, patent is not enough. It's okay for us as researchers to have patent to move up the academic ladder. But in terms of the economy of the state, people are supposed to come and take your patent, the patented idea, and run with it to the market, which is what we are not getting. So I'm saying this so that we know the environment in which we are working. So where you have heard of the value of death. And what's the value of death? On this side is the researcher from university. He has got an idea. On the other side is an industrialist looking for that as product. How will he go from there to there? That's what they called. And why is it called a valley? It is here that you see that it is a valley. Because down below there, you have research grant. As you are moving towards prototype, you need more money and more multidisciplinary. Most researchers will die at that end. Most research results. And that is why they criticize us. They are not making any impact. Their research results are this. No. It's because to move up innovation to the market, you need people, you need money, to do this. So I do hope that the state government, hearing this, they will be ready to support. So let me now, what we are now saying is this, is the research team of the future now is, as shown in here. All people have to cooperate. Different sections coming together to tackle the problem. Like I said, there's hardly any developmental problem that can be solved by a discipline. You have to bring in other disciplines. That's what that one is saying. But the importance of that is the leadership. Okay? For that one is showing the effect of innovative interdisciplinary research, where you see mathematics at the center, they have been interacting with all other disciplines to make the difference. Okay? So, now I also give the example because I'm talking to university people here. Okay? These are things we have to watch out for. We say yes, multidisciplinary. Are we ready for it? Are we ready for it? Are we ready to work together? And I gave example in here. MacArthur sponsored master's degree in development practice. I was vice chancellor then. We were supposed to compete with other universities by writing a proposal to be able to mount this program. It's an international program. It's not going to be only taught in UI, but in Africa, Europe, America. But they told us that this program, to produce master's degree in development practice, they told us, health sciences, you must expose the student to health sciences, and those are the areas in the health sciences, nutrition, epidemiology. Natural sciences, agri, forestry, fishery. Social sciences, anthropology, economics, education, they must be in the program that you are going to run, for the students. And then management, project design and management. Okay? So, what happened? I don't know your experience in your university. When I got it, what occurred to me is, if you put this in one department or one faculty, forget it. Because people will not cooperate. It will be a question, this is our own program. So I now took it to postgraduate school. I know postgraduate school, everybody is present. And the dean of postgraduate school was the one that drove the application, the proposal. And he brought people from those other disciplines. But what's the message I want to pass? When we put everything together, then a department, maybe you know which department, they said no, they are not going to they are not going to participate because this program of development, it should be in our department, not in a centralized facility. No, he said we are the one for development. Do you know what that department, which department we are talking about? Which department we say that arrogantly? Economics. Economics. They think every development is economical development. And development are different. So we ignore them. Thank God, our proposal came to all over the world. And we're able to get that grant. And if you see UI now, what you call Center for Sustainable Development, it was a result of this grant. So in other words, we must be ready to work together. Don't say that your discipline is superior. No, there's no question of that. You have a role to play. Now, well, this one, you can always read it so that okay, I go now straight to the Future of Sustainable Development Goals that, I think we're all aware of Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 goals. The question in here is that I want to quickly see, I present in here how we can intervene, what we can do, areas that you can intervene. Go 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8 to see how universities have made a difference in those areas. Goal number 2, end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. That is what that one says. They said the world will need about 50% more food. In Nigeria, we are talking of food security and so on. It's along that line. But the question is, what are we doing? Here, World Bank. That was one thing World Bank did, even though they are not my friend. World Bank, as this, has been helping the country in terms of looking at those challenges and bringing in universities to address those challenges. Okay? So, what happened in there? Afebaola University, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, those two universities. At Afebaola University, where the center, look at what the center has been doing. Designed a focal point for research, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Okay? There, the center focusing on crop production, livestock, food storage, value addition, so on agricultural economics and extension. And in there, the curriculum of the new program now to produce postgraduate. And you can see where it's coming from the fund. To achieve the university, among others, to establish a commercial farm of a 10,000 hectares commercial farm. And you can see them crop division, in there, then aquaculture, they had 800 ponds, and so on, and then the farm processing moringa leaves. I didn't know that moringa leaves can be processed into so many products like this. You see moringa leaf powder, moringa capsules, moringa tea, moringa soap, moringa hair care, hair cream. Well, I think I'm selling, smelling moringa hair cream in the heads of some of our women here. Okay, moringa body cream, moringa hair shampoo, moringa hair conditioner, moringa oil. Can you believe it? So when we are talking about this thing making impact into the economic landscape, this is the type of thing we are talking. I hope you are not coming to stop me. Aha. So, no, sorry about that. coming to stop, and he said no. Huh? Anyway, it's all right. I'm almost there. Okay? Wool processing units, livestock fields, livestock section. I mean, you see all this, in there. Then, in the case of University of Agriculture, Makodi, what they were supposed to tackle was the problem of synthetic pesticides, which people have proved have been harmful to our health. And what they are supposed to develop, a biopesticide. And they are making success of it. Okay, they have environmental toxicology and so on. You will read about all these things that they have. Then, what is important? When I said, we all realize you cannot do it alone. You have to partner with someone. Look at the partners for that biopesticide. Obasanjo Farm, Agri Research Council, Agudu. Look, these are the people collaborating with that research, section. Then foreign, they have foreign also. University of Starkler, Cornell University, and so on. But one thing that is important, please, even when you are collaborating, you must know, whoever you bring in, you must know what is to bring. It's not just that somebody comes. No, you must define what is bringing. So that is what you see, in there in terms of that. Then go number 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. It was as a result of that the World Bank gave this grant to Redeemers University. And what did the Redeemers University achieve? According to the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases, that was the grant given to Redeemers University. And they made a success of it. They were able to develop it. And the success of it was what helped us during the Ebola outbreak. Foreign countries thought that they were going to be flying in to help people, but no. At that lab, they were able to develop what they call rapid testing system. And then were able to overcome Ebola. The same thing for Lassa fever, the same thing. But could that have happened if they have not got that grant? To work, on this. That is what, the point that what is making in here. But what is of interest in here is that, like I keep saying, you do the research and grant, then somewhere down the line, you have postgraduate students and all these things, and then you have a postgraduate program. In Redeemers University, look, NUC gave them the permission now to do MSc, PhD in molecular biology and genomics. The center has trained 600 students in West and Central African regions, 80% Nigerian. Through short courses, masters 62, PhD 41. As a result of the outcome of that. That's the type of thing we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. So, and then what happened in there? Countries of the research team in Redeemers. Look at the countries represented. So really international. And then in the end, network. Look at university they have network with. USA, UK, and so on. But this didn't happen overnight. That was an experience gained by our international, maybe competitors, I would say. When they heard that the Redeemers really solved the Ebola problem, some researchers from US, they visited, the campus. They were expecting a big, sophisticated lab. What did they find? One small room with people working hard and then getting it. The man said, hey, where's your lab? Oh, this is our lab. No, I mean the lab where you do all the, this is the lab. They couldn't believe it. And that was when they brought USA Health Institute to further fund, that project. So in other words, it's not that you need big something. No, you just need committed researchers who know what they are doing. And then they will make the difference. And then I said, okay, I've already described this. And then number 6, sustainable management of water. They are doing that in Redeemers. You can read about it. Oh, I've got the assurance of the organizers that this will be sent to participants. Am I right? So, that's why I can afford to go. You will get this as well as even my written paper. Goal number 7, sustainable border energy. They have serving. I mean, you can. In other words, what one is saying, Ondo State government can identify an area of need that is important to the economy, and go ahead to challenge the university to look into it and then develop. I mean, that is what the message that one is passing, through this. Okay, energy, an area of energy. I mean, they have Nsuka, Esif Photo, and they are doing quite well in respect of energy. Then Esif Wells, the University of Nsuka, I mean, they have MA, electrical power engineering, electromechanical, renewable energy, policy, and regulation. These were the different areas that they developed in response to the problem we are having in the energy generation and supply. Okay? Goal number 8. I hope the second presenter is here around. The person is supposed to come on employability. Because goal number 8 is, oh, you are here. Very good. I can now move fast here. Because this has to do with graduate employability. And what do we have in there? They said that many people will enter the global workforce. I mean, then they will not get job. I mean, that is goal number 8. So, they say young people in Africa around the world, we need jobs. They bring us to the issue of graduate employability. That's goal number 8. Global graduate employability, how serious? I don't have to tell this other. We know it is serious. It is serious, and we have to address it. Okay? So, and in here, what we're saying is that you have heard about the Arab Spring. Huh? Arab Spring. When the students, the young unemployed workers, and they attacked government, and they brought the government down, that the minister had to, run away. It was unemployed graduates. To be honest with you, I thought this SARS that was in Nigeria, I hope this is not Nigerian, because most of the people there probably they be the unemployed, graduates. And somebody said that the main reason for the revolution in Libya is unemployment. So if our demands are not answered, expect another revolution. In other words, the warning to Nigeria is, as we are increasing the number of unemployed graduates, we have to, government, we have to really, be careful that it does not explode. Even statistics in here, challenges of graduate employability. What's happening here? Immigration advertised for job, and people applied, and they had to do for them aptitude test, and it could only be taking place. It could only take place in the stadium. These were applicants. How can you do aptitude test on that? So it shows you the seriousness of the level of unemployment. Okay? And in there, British Council carried out a lot of, to see why our graduates were not employed, and they were able to come up with communication, information, decision-making, critical thinking. Anyway, let me just say that in here, when you read it, you see what has been done. There has been response from NUC, and you will see this. It's just all this. I'm skipping. They are just Professor Oba. Head of State President Obasanjo was warning us that we are seeking on the gunpowder with unemployment. Now, what I want to be, what I'm moving. When you talk of skills, there are 2 categories of skills. There are what we call hard skills, and there are what we call soft skills. No matter what program, most of our universities are able to take care of hard skills. In engineering, but where we go, we are short, is in the soft skills. Companies will tell you, it's not the hard skill, even if they don't have it, they can teach them, but soft skill. They say, how can we teach a student that don't even know what the meaning of working together as team? But do we promote students to do teamwork when they are here? These are the sort of things that we are talking about. So you will see There's soft skills, flexibility, independent and critical thinking. You have been hearing of critical thinking, communication skills, reflective learning, teamwork, ethics. People don't know how to handle this. But it's very, very important. There are ways for handling this. You usually case methodology. For example, under ethics, I use a case for my students in engineering when I was teaching them one day. And I said that, okay, a young engineer, and it's true, it's lifetime experience, not that I made it up. This fantastic engineer, graduate of mechanical engineering, he was doing well in the oil company. So his oga gave him the challenge to be awarding contracts. He will consider all the contract applications and decide, and without any questions asked. And has been doing it very well. Until one day he did it for a company, and it was a major contract running to millions of dollars. Here is a person awarding contract of $1 million staying in Lawansi, Lagos. The company found out his address. They came to him with a box and said, Oga, thank you very much that our company, this is for you. He said, what is it for me? No, I don't want it, no. I mean, I'm just doing my job and things like that. No, I'm not taking it. Oga, you didn't ask for it now. We're just giving you. He said, no, that I was not taking it. Then he said, okay. They said, maybe we bounced on you. Okay. It was on a Monday. He said, on Friday, we will come. Whatever you then decide, they will abide by it. That's the end of, that's the part A of it. I did it in class. And I asked, yes, my students, what advice will you give to the man against the meeting on Friday? Somebody said, he decreased. What's his problem? He didn't ask for it now. He should take it. There's all kinds of. Then somebody said, well, maybe you should ask his pastor. All kinds of, reactions. Then somebody said, no, you should not take it. A child of God should not. The people say, we child of God. Child of God needs money. All he has to do, take it and pay tithes. All kinds of responses. So, the second part of the case methodology, I now told them what happened. That boy, come Friday, okay, he took that money. Subsequently, there were jobs coming again. And he now did excellent professional job and gave it to another company. That company came to him and said, Alawi, what do you think you are doing? Don't you see the company in there? You must give it to us now. He said, no, that other company better. He said, no, we are not accepting this. They now blackmailed him that they will tell this guy that they paid him before under that project. Suffice it to say, the boy had to leave that company. He couldn't cope. Excellent candidate. So that's what we say about ethics. It's left for you. Don't think that this. But what made me really happy was that one day I was in the airport trying to travel. Then one boy just took my bag. Thank you, sir. Can you go yet? I said, he said, the mechanical engineering this. He said, do you know that case? Out of all the engineering you have taught me, that case on ethics was what helped me in my company. That I remembered because it was going to happen to me. And that right now, I'm the top Oga in my district. That's the type of thing that we talk about ethics. So there are other things that you can teach, but we don't usually, teach this, and they're very, very important. So let me move. What we are saying now is that in terms of guided employability, I'm sure somebody is going to talk more about that. All we say is that it's triple-headed. Industry, for them, people are now talking of university-industry collaboration to be able to get the skills required for the different sectors. Okay? Then let me now, before they come to tell me, Yeah, I mean, what I saw on the university side, when we did the study, I was the chairman of this for NUC. When we look all over the world, we found that in a place like Scotland, the graduate and employability there is fantastic. Within the first year after graduation, most of them are able to get employment. And we said, what were you doing? And what we've seen is what we are putting here. It was from there, our report that you call outcome-based curriculum. I hope we are now all aware of outcome-based curriculum. In other words, for every course you are teaching, you must be able to indicate what are the skills component from that course. Then embedded them, integrate them into the curriculum. And then full-time internship, industrial attachment is key. And you have seen it from the student that now had to teach me new program after his industrial attachment. It's very much. Then we have problem. Most of the industries where we are posting these students, a number of them have collapsed. So we now have a situation whereby we are not able to place the student properly. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality. Then involvement, awareness of employment market, and so on. I mean, there are ways, attributes of high employer graduates. I'm sure our guy here will discover this, and let me quickly move. Let me move now. In terms of graduate employability, what we have responsibility of university. Each institution must have a formal policy on employability and assume greater responsibility for employability of their graduates. It must be a policy of your institution, graduate employability. Don't just leave it as something that is utilizing NUC BMAS and the new CCMAS come up with outcome-based curriculum for each program. But please, don't take CCMAS in totality, as has been said. No, there are certain things in there that are very useful. There are certain things that are not useful. It's left for each program to look into this, the CCMAS, because NUC, they said that, we must not touch, it's untouchable. Please touch it and embrace and do more than, touching it. Then evolve transformative pedagogies, improve the teaching function through attention to its structure. But most importantly, as I said in here, build capacity of lecturers to handle the dynamics of teaching and learning, particularly the outcome curricula. Not every lecturer can handle the outcome. They need to be exposed. That's what this is saying. Then use full-time, the department must be fully staffed and so on. Establish a well-equipped center for entrepreneurship. We have seen that. Establish quality assurance. But most importantly, please, number 11, establish the mechanism to the conduct of trade studies. I don't know how many universities are doing, in program are doing trade studies. In other words, it should interest you. Where are your graduates? How well are they doing where they are? The feedback you get from that will go a long way in improving, your program. So that's what that one is saying. Then let me just move before they come to tell me. Okay, in here, I'm just giving this as an example, industrial clusters. I mentioned it. In those states we have industrial clusters. Please, government should encourage university to identify the industrial clusters and see how you can help them through upgrading. So that's a cluster, and then those are the things that you have in there, and you can do wide focus on clusters, increase level of expertise. You see it in there. I mentioned Utigba in Lagos, how that cluster has grown to multi-billion. Okay, you see them like this. These are things happening in cluster, and I'm sure there can be some areas in Ondo State that may be close to this. It's left for us to, help. And then you see this. I'm almost there. The features of Otigba. You can see what universities are doing in there. Okay, upgrade. Otigba now. Okay, you will enjoy. Reading that. This is a cluster, and see how. When they started, they could only do, but now they are so much shaking big gates that he had to rush to the place, to see what they were doing. And you see in there, okay, I showed this, and I'm sure you will enjoy going through it. Okay, mapping clusters in the state within framework. I think the state government can encourage universities to map the clusters, and these are the sort of things they have to do. And then finally, establishment of research management office. I think every university probably by now should have it, a research management office that will be packaging proposals, financial and intellectual property, regulatory, is very, very important. So, as a recommendation, the state government should establish a department, if not already there, with responsibility for identifying and coordinating the research, development, and innovation activities of tertiary institutions. Towards the implementation, this department should fund environmental scanning of the socio-economic state of the state, socio-economic situation of the state. The state may wish to understudy the concept of center of excellence in funding the research. The state should critically surface potential clusters, because they will help in developing. Then S&T-based development, concluding, I said the university is concerned. We are talking about university research. Most of the research we are talking about is applied. No. A university that concentrates only on the applied has missed the way. You must also, be involved with what I call in here, of course, which is not only this, but, useful knowledge. The concern is useful, but not merely. Our research will therefore engage in both basic and applied research. Please, it's very important. Thank you very much.
Can we double the applause for erudite Professor Bamiru? Well delivered, cerebral, and insightful. Once again, a round of applause for our keynote speaker. I like one of the protocol persons that is water somewhere behind to bring water up. Please, where I sat, I like some of the protocol officers. Prof raised an issue relating to the remedial research in 2013. I'm proud to tell you that Dr. Olaolu Fadugba got his PhD is now a member of the Technical Aid Corps and serving in the University of Uganda from Futa. He's still in Futa. He spent a year, but the government of Uganda requested that he stayed on for another 1 year. So something good is coming from that research, even to some other countries. I'd like to invite my colleague, Mrs. Orotosin, to take charge of the next part of the program.
Thank you very much, sir. It's my honor now, as we move on to the panel session, to invite first the moderator, Professor Olugbenga Ebenezer Ige, the Vice Chancellor at Adekunle Ajasin University, Akungba, who would like you to please come to the podium, sir. And for the discussants, I would like to start to introduce first Dr. Samson A. Odedino, former Provost, Federal College of Agriculture, and former Commissioner of Agriculture, Ogun State. Okay. All right, Professor Francis Bore, Vice Chancellor of St. Mary's University, Shukari Akoko, you're welcome, sir. And last but not the least, Professor Adeyinka Aderito, former Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan. You're welcome, sir. I hand over the microphone right now to the moderator. All right, I'd like to invite another discussant, Professor Akindele, Vice Chancellor, Redeemers University. Ede, we'd like you to be part of this discussion, sir. Can we put our hands together for all the discussants as they settle down? So I'll hand over to the moderator, Professor Olugbenga Ebenezer Ige.
All protocols are duly observed. Before us is a panel session on the paper that we have just listened to. I'm certainly for my VC, who is the moderator, but who is very busy now with another official assignment on campus. As we heard just now, we have 3 discussants who will be talking to the topic, innovative research through partnership and collaboration. We have had very deep lectures, on this, and we have 3 able gentlemen here who are professionals in their own rights. Next to my left is Professor Francis A. Bore, who is the VC of St. Mary's University, Shukari Akoko. And then to his left is Professor Adenika Adenicho, a former DVC of the University of Ibadan. And then we have Professor Akindele from the Redeemers University. They have only 7 minutes each to bear their minds on the topic, and we're expecting that they will really bring out the key points there, telling us really the relationship between innovative research, partnership, and collaboration. So please, the ball now is in the court of Professor Bore, and he has the next 7 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. I want to say good afternoon to each and every one of us, and I want to especially thank Prof. The host called him our ancestor. So our ancestor has talked to us, and we need to discuss the meat of the matter. One of the major takeaways from Prof's this paper was the issue of collaboration between institutions. And as he was just talking about it, I just looked at it and no wonder we have not been able to make much headways in our researches, because there's this imaginary bridge that we build around our research facilities, research outcomes, and even the personalities involved in research. I was just wondering if the experts in Okitukupa who want to research on blue economy, which the university is known with, that is the Olusegun Agbaje University of Science and Technology, will bring people from even the landlocked universities to share ideas. How do we solve this problem? How do we solve this challenge? Then it means they have an increased pool of expertise, increased pool of resources, increased pool of ideas coming to solve particular problems. The state government has also been identified as a major player in the research and development, and even in the development of innovative ideas within our tertiary institutions. And I think the representative of the governor will also look at it that, okay, now let's do less of politicking and let's go for real business to really solve our problems. For example, in the area of food security, let's look at the experts in different research areas. Prof just told us that you don't need only people in the agri sector to solve the problems. We need machineries. We need the forecasting. Even the use of AI from our colleagues in computer science to be able to predict what will be the outcome of this exercise if we embark on it. And of course, we know you cannot do without politicians. Then how do we get this to our people at the grassroots? I think the government has a role to play in that area. Then finally, from my own end, the issue of outcome-based curriculum. Just like Prof said, while he was saying it, I was nodding my head that yes, there are issues with the CC mass, but not that it was not good in entirety. So there's need for us to go back, collaborate, even as universities, as colleges of education, as polytechnics, to come to terms with the reports of the various institutions to collaborate. Okay, yes, in our own program we have observed this. How do we marry this? At the end of the day, it becomes a kind of position paper from institutions in a particular geographical location to NUC, and I know the NUC will say, oh, this is coming from a bigger block, then there is need for us to look at it so that we can solve the problems together. But again, we have just been told that we should not assume that almighty role of a teacher. We should see ourselves as facilitators, because now the knowledge has no boundaries that we used to think that it existed. Thank you so much. I want to thank Prof for this. I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, our dear Prof. Bore. Three main things there have also been emphasized by him: looking for experts from across the borders. Don't just stay within your area of specialization. And then the government role also is very, very important. And of course, the curriculum formulation should also be very strong. The CCMAS experience, just as Prof said, is a pointer that we didn't really do a good collaborative work before the implementation of the CCMAS. So if you are going to have very innovative results from our researches, then the curriculum must be strong. Let's move over to Professor Akindele. What's your thought on this? Particularly, what's the relationship between partnership and collaboration? Are they really the same? And then, I mean, how do we apply this to bringing out the best in our researches?
Thank you very much, the moderator, and thanks to the organizers of this event for extending the invitation to us. I want to thank my prof for that well-delivered lecture. And we thank God that an opportunity like this is coming, and it is a very, very important one. Why do I say so? In our academic environment, especially in Nigeria, we have been so used to working in silos, with everybody trying to do things by himself. And so, which is of course also the way our educational system is structured. When you examine a student for PhD, you ask the student who has done this, you expect him to be the person that has done the statistical analysis, that has done the lab analysis, that has done this, that has done that. And so the person graduates with the mindset that I have to do all things just by myself. And the issue of collaboration is strange. When we are even talking of collaboration, we tend to collaborate within our profession. As a biologist, I will connect with another biologist elsewhere. Whereas the problem we are trying to address is so complex that a single profession cannot handle it. And so we need both the science, the humanities, the anthropologists, all coming together to be able to provide solution. And that is one thing that the guest lecturer, the keynote speaker, has really emphasized, that there is the need for that change in mindset. And so this colloquium has not just ending here, but each of us taking the message back to our campuses and, organize sessions like this with our colleagues to let people know that we must come out of our silos and really extend this collaboration, both to academics, to industry, and so on and so forth. The guest speaker mentioned something on soft skills, and that we focus more on hard skills without really teaching the soft skills. But the reality from my little experience is that in the way we run our programs in the universities, we also teach the soft skills, but we don't do it with intentionality. And that's the problem. For example, in all our various courses, there are situations where we divide students into groups to do group assignments. What are we trying to do? We are trying to teach them team spirit, ability to be able to work in teams. But we are not intentional about it. We just do it as a matter of doing it. But that's actually what is being done. Now we appoint a group leader to coordinate. Somebody comes to present on behalf of the group. What are we doing? We are teaching leadership skills. But we are not intentional about these things. And so when our students graduate to market themselves, they look lost that they don't have these skills. But they have them. Only that we, the teachers, are not intentional in making them know that this is what they are, what we are inculcating into them. In terms of partnership, I'm happy the guest lecturer talked so much about Redeemers University and what partnership and collaboration has been able to do for us. I will implore us, anytime you have opportunity to come around Ede, visit the campus so that you can see what Prof is talking about. We started that project in a very little lab, very small lab. But when people saw that there is integrity, you are giving small money to do research, you do it with transparency. You go to the website of the center, you will see all the accounts, the project account there. Everything is open. And that is what the founders want to see, that our money will be well utilized. And with that kind of partnership, we were able to attract grants from NIH, that's in the US, and so many other granting bodies. And it was such that as a result of that partnership, they say, oh, look at where you are using, and you are producing this. If you have a bigger lab, definitely you will do more. And that accounts for the phase 1 of our center there, which is so sophisticated. By the time Illumina that manufactures a sequencing machine, gene sequencing machine, manufacture the product, 4 of them had been manufactured since that company began. 2 of those manufactured equipment are in Redeemers University, and the only university to have them in the whole of this country. Now, why is that? It is through partnership. We couldn't have done it alone. In fact, that center, there is no kobo of the university that was invested in building, in making the building. It's all through partnership and grants. One final thing I will say, sir, is this. One of the mistakes we also make as academics is this. When we get a grant, we sit with that grant, work on that grant, put everything into it, and at the end of that grant, that's the end. Project is finished. But what we did in our center is this. When the first grant came, the researchers there didn't see it as the final thing. More and more proposals were being written to be able to get more. And that is what has led to the sustainability of the project even till now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Akindele. Professor Adoniso, please, what are your thoughts about this? You have just about 5 minutes more.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Emeritus Professor Bamiro. It's always a delight listening to you. I told my friend at the back, I said, when Prof is talking on an issue pertaining to R&D, if you don't snatch the microphone from him, we will not leave here. So thanks, Prof, and thanks for all that you did when you were Vice Chancellor of UI. Now, I think Prof also mentioned this in his opening remarks. This initiative is a very good one. Forum of Higher Institutions. And like Prof said, I was also checking if we have similar, fora, in other states of the country. So I think that this is a good one coming from Ondo State. And this also tells me that it's easier to then embark on innovative research, because the partnership is already there, the collaboration is already there, and the expertise is also not in doubt. Now, my concern here, because in Nigeria, I think that the only granting body that we have that gives out funds for research is TED Fund. I don't know, maybe some other industries also give out funds, but at least we know that TED Fund gives every year through the NRF. And I'm just wondering, now that states even get a lot of money now with the removal of subsidy, I don't know how much Ondo State has in its budget for R&D. Because this is very important, and we need to be asking our states, state administrators this question. Because with this forum, it's also, you know, easier for Ondo State to address a challenge, a local challenge, and then approach the forum, fund that initiative, and then say, give me the results. I think we need to also move beyond, you know, in Nigeria, everything is federal, federal, federal. I think that states should also be investing a lot in R&D. And I'm saying this because, look, one of the obvious barriers to, you know, innovative research, partnership, and collaboration is funding. Professor Bamiro also mentioned the raw materials project at the University of Ibadan, which also got stalled after, you know, some years because of funding. So funding is always a challenge until we can solve that problem with so many other, you know, the other levels of government coming in to support R&D. What we get will only be, you know, for institutional-based research, 5 million naira from TED Fund, and from the other big one, a maximum of 50 million naira. That's all we'll continue to get. I think that, again, with funding, we'll also be able to address the challenge of infrastructure. Because we also know that if we do not take care of the infrastructural decay in our universities, it will also be very difficult to conduct this cutting-edge, impactful research that Professor Bamiro talked about. Now, if you go around our universities and you see a very good laboratory, working laboratory, it must be that that laboratory was funded by, you know, an external grant, like the center that we have at Redeemers, and in so many other universities. So if we do not address that problem of infrastructural decay, conducting the kind of research with the kind of impact that we desire will be a serious problem. And that also goes with the inadequate research facilities that we have. The benefits of partnerships are so obvious, and it is the way to go. Partnerships and collaboration is the way to go. And I also think that with a forum like this, it will also be better for us to have, you know, an aggressive effort to also reach out to some other government agencies and even research institutions. I noted there is NITDA. I know that NITDA also has funds for, you know, research. NITDA has, and even IITA, collaboration with IITA, collaboration with the raw materials. There is a raw materials and development council or so. These are institutions that we also need to approach. So that we don't just sit back in our universities, in our higher institutions, and think that, you know, funds will come. We know that those funds from the federal government for federal public institutions will not come. Right now, there are about 270-something universities, federal and state. Okay, like Prof said, we do not know what will happen next week. So we should also bear that in mind. That competition is getting so intense I mean, gone are the days when there were just about, I mean, the golden era, it was only UI. The silver era, you then had UNN, Lagos, and so on coming on board. And then now we have 270 something. Now, Ondo State, sorry, Mr. Chairman, just 2 seconds. I came from Ibadan, 3 hours to get to Akure, so just 1 minute. So now with this forum, I think that you have a good head start, you know, to do something tangible, to approach institutions, to approach government parastatals, and then the funds that we need to solve a lot of our local challenges. I think that we can harness from industries, from government with this kind of forum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir, Professor Akindele. We want to thank you, Professor Bore, Professor Ade Rito, and Akindele for those wonderful additions that were brought up from the deep lecture presented by our Professor Bamiro. Essentially, we are to be intentional about the teamwork with our students. Then we must also have integrity. The research grants must be well spent. And then a grant must not end with a research. Okay, you should be ambitious, you know, to end a grant with another one coming in. And then we should also explore more possibilities about funding, particularly from the governments now that the monthly allocation is getting bigger a little. The local governments and all that, and all the relevant stakeholders so that we can get the best out of our researches. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us applaud this gentleman, and we want to thank the organizers for this opportunity to contribute to our culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud them as they resume their seat. It's time to invite one of the end users of the products of the university system and the higher education institution system. It's my pleasure to invite the Deputy Managing Director Group, and that group is very, very key in the scheme of things. The Deputy Group Managing Director of United Bank for Africa, ably represented by Mr. Temitope Ayoko, Regional Manager, Ondo Region. Can you please proceed, sir? And in line with the already established tradition, and to give honor to whom honor is due, my colleague, Mrs. Orotuse, will read a brief citation of the Deputy Managing Director, who is here ably and robustly represented.
It's my honor to read the profile of Mr. Muiwa Akinyemi, Group Deputy Managing Director. Represented by Mr. Temitope Ayoko, Regional Manager, Ondo Region. Muiwa Akinyemi is the Deputy Managing Director of United Bank for Africa, UBA. He oversees the bank's business in the rest of Nigeria, excluding North Bank and East Bank. Prior to this, Akinyemi, who joined UBA in 2005, drove the bank's energy bank business and was General Manager, Corporate and Commercial Banking. He also headed the wholesale banking arm between 2013 and 2015, where he was responsible for the bank's business activities in various geographies where UBA was present at the time. Muiwa Akinyemi headed UBA Kenya as the CEO MD between 2010 and 2011. Before joining UBA, Muiwa Akinyemi worked in Standard Trust Bank between 1998 and 2005, where he led in various capacities, including Head of Investment Banking, Head Energy and Telecoms Division, and Structured Finance Groups. He has previously worked in Diamond Bank between 1994 and 1998. Muiwa Akinyemi, a chartered accountant, graduated with a BSc Accounting from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. He is also a member of several professional bodies, including the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, etc. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that Mr. Akinyemi will bring a unique and useful perspective to the discourse on fostering collaboration and innovation among tertiary institutions for sustainable development, as he shares his thoughts on producing employable and entrepreneurial savvy 21st century graduates. I present to you for the next lecture, Mr. Muyiwa Akinyemi, ably represented by Mr. Temitokwe Ayuko. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I want to stand on the existing protocol. I want to also appreciate the organizers for this wonderful, I think, marvelous initiative. And I also want to say a big thank you to Professor Bamoyi. I'm an indigenous of Ondo State, so I'm very proud of this happening in Ondo State. I just want to apologize on behalf of Mr. Muyiwa Akinyemi, who is unable to be here today because of some emergency, some issues that have prevented him from being here. I also want to say a big thank you to all the people that have spoken. The initial speaker, Prof, was very deep in all the things that he said. In fact, he took some of my notes, and I was saying, did he get to check my laptop? But it shows the depth of his knowledge, and I'm very honored to be speaking on this stage after he has spoken. I also want to thank all the VCs that are here present. When Professor Akindele was speaking earlier, I was attesting to all the things that he said, because about a week and a half ago, I was in a school. I was invited by the student union of the school, where I spoke about at their finance week, where I spoke about what banks can do for SME. And from there, in my mind, I said the new generation is far better than the older generation, because they're already thinking. I remember when we were in school, all we were thinking about is how to get our certificate, not how to be relevant to the society much. Amen. I'm a pastor, so at times I say amen. All right, so let me just, like I said, I started an existing protocol. All protocol observed. It's a profound honor to deliver one of the keynote address at this historical colloquium. This maiden gathering holds promise not only for idea exchange, but for igniting a new trajectory of collaboration, innovation, and sustainable development across the entire tertiary education landscape in our states, and of course, in the entire nation. The theme, fostering collaboration and innovation among tertiary institutions in those states for sustainable development, is both timely and necessary. My assigned sub-team, which is producing employable and entrepreneurial savvy 21st century graduates, speak to the very heart of sustainable development and inclusive economic growth for Ondo State and indeed Nigeria. Now, let me go to some hard truths which we need to confront. Nigerian education system is producing graduates for yesterday's economy, while the world races towards tomorrow. And I give an example. I remember when I was in school and I had to take some banking and finance courses. What I was taught is not what I meant as a banker. What I was taught was banking in the 80s or in the 70s. But when I came out of the school, we had to be retrained so that we can understand what's going on in today's banking. The World Economic Forum warns that 85 million jobs may be displaced by AI in the nearest future. Yet, our curricula remain frozen in time. We're still frozen in time. In Ondo State, like many other states across Nigeria, youth unemployment currently exceeds the national average of 23.1, according to MBS. This is not just an educational crisis, it's an existential one. And like Prof said earlier, we must collaborate. And I think, again, this forum is standing on a very strong and very good footing in getting private sector to also come, not just the school environment, but also the private sector. Because there is a big gulf. You know, I saw the picture that was displayed by Prof earlier, where the private sector and the educational sector, that there was a gulf between them. And it's true. There is a big gulf between the private and the educational sector. There's a great disconnect. Now, number one, only 1 in 5 Nigerian graduates is immediately employable. That's according to NUC Skills Gap Report of 2024. Number 2, 62% of employers report sending 6 to 12 months retraining graduates, according to LBS Executive Survey of 2023. Most employers do aggressive retraining. And I remember one time, an employer said, we really do not care about what you learn in school. We just employ you because you went to school. You went through a process of education. We will still have to train you because we don't believe in what you have learned in school. MSME contribute 48% of Nigerian GDP, but only 3% of graduates start businesses, according to SMEDAN 2023. That is why today's theme is not just an academic discourse, but a call to action. And there's a real need for us to really be looking at that. So let's begin with an unvarnished truth, that we are witnessing an era of complex transformations driven by technological advances, demographic shifts, environmental crisis, and global economic restructuring. In this context, the traditional degree certificate has become increasingly insufficient as a standalone guarantee for meaningful employment or entrepreneurial success. The World Economic Forum estimates that 44% of the core skills required in the workplace will change by 2027. That's in 2 years' time, as we are seeing today. Moreover, UNESCO warns that today's learners must be equipped not just with knowledge, but with the capacity for adaptation, resilience, and creativity in uncertain futures. We have seen so many times how things have changed, how the world has evolved, and is still evolving. So the employees or the candidates that we must have today must be that must easily adapt, must be ready to change. In Nigeria, the NBS reports an unemployment rate of 40%. At the same time, Nigeria's tertiary institution produced over 1 billion graduates, with many struggling to transit successfully into the workforce or entrepreneurship. Again, some people will tell you that the jobs are there. It's just that the skills are not. This underscores our need to rethink how we define graduate success. Now, the graduate of the future. The 21st century graduate must be both employable and entrepreneurially minded, not merely a job seeker, but a job creator. Employability is defined as a graduate's capability to gain and sustain employment and contribute meaningfully to the workplace. Entrepreneurial savvy reflects an individual's ability to recognize opportunities, manage uncertainty, and drive innovation. These attributes must go beyond subject matter knowledge. They must encompass what researchers call the 5 C's of 21st century learning. And they are critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, and character. According to ILA Journal in 2024,
Nigerian graduates often lack sufficient exposure to real-world problem-solving, leadership, and innovation skills required for today's marketplace. This gap is particularly acute in fields where technology, data literacy, and soft skills are increasingly paramount. Now, some suggestions I have toward producing 21st century graduates will involve: one, curriculum redesign for employability. Earlier on, we said the curriculums are still stuck in the past. We need to redesign them for employability, not for theoretical purposes, but for practical. Curriculum across our tertiary institutions must evolve from theoretical rigidity to experiential flexibility. This includes embedding work-integrated learning, capstone projects, and industry problem solving into course structures. That's according to the World Bank report in 2023. Entrepreneurship education must be a core. Should not just be treated as an elective or side program. It must become a mainstream program in our schools with real-world incubation labs, seed funding access, and industry mentorship. 3, digital literacy and future skill integration. Institutions must urgently integrate digital fluency, data analytics, design thinking, AI, and green skill into their core competencies across the states. 4, stakeholder collaboration. Multi-stakeholder partnership must drive curriculum relevance and funding support. We can call it partnership, we can call it collaboration, but both must exist. A robust Town-and-Gown framework will ensure that academic innovation addresses local and global developmental needs, according to UNESCO report 2022. And 5, inclusive learning and lifelong access. A truly modern tertiary system must promote equity across gender ability and socio-economic status, while offering continuous learning, opportunities for upskilling and reskilling. That is also very important. Let me just bring an example, a UBA example that we can showcase as part of the things that we are doing in this regard. It's an inspiring model from the private sector. We call it the Graduate Management Accelerated Program, GMAP. Some of my colleagues that are here are results of this GMAP. The program is a living testimony of how structured, intentional graduate development can transform lives and drive economic growth. Since inception of this program, we have produced 3,222 entrepreneurial-minded graduates across 16 cohorts. These individuals now hold critical roles in sales, credit analysis, finance, treasury, and strategy, strengthening the bank's operational efficiency and innovation drive. The most recent cohort alone had 1,138 graduates, including 666 women. That's a powerful demonstration of UBA's commitment to gender diversity and inclusion. Thank you, ma'am. What makes the GMAP exceptional is its ability to blend technical training, leadership development, and mentorship. A framework that academia can emulate in tailoring graduate employability programs to sectoral needs. So, call to action. In this, we should look towards building Ondo State export talent with clear objectives and timelines, as well as responsibilities for each stakeholder. India earns $150 billion annually from IT exports. Why not Ondo State? Can we target to develop 50,000 global remote workers by 2030? That's in just 5 years. 2, create Africa's first state-run Silicon Lagoon tech hub within the next 3 years. 3, partner with lead learning organizations like UBA's to develop financial advisory specialists. Let us not waste this historic opportunity with this colloquium, as it must go beyond declarations to birth a joint action framework that includes 1, a graduate employability and innovation compact across our tertiary institutions. 2, a centralized skills tracking and gap analysis unit for graduates. 3, a formal partnerships with industry players to absorb and mentor young graduates. 4, a tertiary entrepreneurship innovation fund, TEIF, supported by the state government and DFIs. And lastly, faculty immersion programs in modern industry settings for curriculum reform. Let us ensure that every graduate from Ondo State becomes a proud export to the world, capable, employable, and entrepreneurial. A charge to stakeholders as I conclude. To our leaders, thank God we have a representative of the government here. To our leaders, allocate up to 25% of education budget to developing 21st century skill labs. 2, establish Ondo State Graduate Employability Index and a task force, which of course should include people from the private sector, public sector, and also from the school. To academia, let us revamp our curriculum to replace over 50 of theoretical courses with applied learning, case studies. 2, make industry certification, internship part of our degree requirements, like we do for and making projects as part of requirements. To the students, your degree certificate is no longer enough. You need to build 3 marketable skills before graduation, because those skills are what is needed to be able to add value in an ever-changing world like ours. In conclusion, as Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Let us wield this weapon wisely by producing graduates who will not only change their own lives but also transform communities and industry across Nigeria and beyond. Ondo State stands at the crossroad. We can either continue producing graduates for a world that no longer exists or lead Africa's education revolution. The choice is ours, the time is now, and I'm so certain we are going to take the right one. Thank you for your attention, and may this colloquium ignite lasting reforms that reshapes our educational destiny. Thank you, and have a wonderful deliberation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man.
Can we put our hands together once again for that very amazing delivery? We're going to move on to the next item, which is the second panel session. I'd like to first introduce the moderator of this panel session, Dr. Ademola Inyoda Ebeloku, Rector, Federal Polytechnic, Ile-Oluchi. Can we put our hands together for him as he comes? The discussants will be Professor Ologunrisha, Vice Chancellor Olusegun Agagui, University of Science and Technology, Okitipupa. Can we put our hands together for him, please? And then we're going to have Mr. Williams Ogunleye, Managing Partner, Williams Rotimi & Co. Akure. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause for him as he comes. So I hand over to the moderator, Dr. Ebeloku.
Thank you very much. Let me use this opportunity to welcome the discontents to this stage. Professor Temi Ologun Orisa. You are welcome, sir. Mr. Williams Arukunleye. You are welcome. Mr. John Alamu, not around. Okay. Thank you very much. Based on the directive, we are going to use 5 minutes for this session. And the purpose is just to discuss on this latest topic, and that is producing employable and entrepreneur savvy 21st century graduates. Permit me to call on Professor Ologun Orisa to use 5 minutes to discuss. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm quite excited with the kind of discussion we have this afternoon. The first question I want to ask this audience, and even interrogate the Nigerian university system, is that we produce graduates for what market? Is it Nigerian market, West African market, or international market? I think that's where we got it wrong. So many graduates in Nigeria don't have jobs. Whereas we are in West Africa country where 2 languages have been spoken. Our graduates, including our professors, cannot speak more than English. We have missed it. So I want to use this forum to reach out to policymakers, our professors, our vice chancellors. We should go back to the drawing board and make employability policy as part of our agenda if we actually want to tackle graduate unemployment. In the US, the top universities, talk of the University of California systems, even the Ivy League, you cannot have a doctoral degree if you don't have another language, either French, German, or Spanish, along with your degree. That's the truth. So the starting point is that if you look at West Africa, we have English and French. We should introduce French in our system, even if it means certificate of proficiency. You have your BSc Economics, have a certificate in French. It should be mandatory, so that the whole of West Africa is our market. There are people looking for teachers in Senegal, Ivory Coast, Mali, all those countries where they speak French. But we have graduates here who cannot speak French. And yet we are talking of unemployment. We have got it wrong. That's the issue. Closely related to that, again, is the busy system of education we are still running in this part of the world. You have a degree in economics, first degree, maybe master's degree in mathematics, and a PhD maybe in civil engineering or thereabout. I'm sure in this country you will never get a job. And that is the direction the world is going. They call it hybrid degrees. We need to reset our orientation. The world has moved away from BS economy, MS economy, PhD economy. You never get a job in places like the US. They want people with hybrid degrees. Hybrid. You have BSc mathematics, MS electrical, PhD economics or whatever. And they will take you in economics department, go and do wonders. And that's why they end up collecting Nobel Prize in that field. So the era of staying in one discipline, straight jacket, is gone. You won't get a job. That's the truth. They want people who are multi-talented, who can think across disciplines. That's what we are talking about, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. So this current trend in the world, that's why we need to change our orientation. In my university, we have Olusegun Agagu Leadership Academy, where we ensure that our graduates are multilingual. Then apart from that, there's a new trend TED Fund has introduced, and I think universities should take it serious. They call it Career Center. As a Vice Chancellor, I've been privileged to sit interview panel to interview Vice Chancellors, Registrar, Professors. It will shock you that not just our graduates, even professors don't know how to write cover letter. It's a skill. It's not taught in school. That's the issue. We don't know how to write cover letter. We don't know how to prepare CV. It may look ordinary. We don't know how to prepare CV. And that is why we don't get job. I can share you just a few minutes my own experience. I'm a professor of meteorology and climate science in this university. And with long years of experience. I got an award that got me a residency in the United States, and I relocated. Took a leave of absence. I got to US, applied to so many universities. I never got an invitation for interview. One day I got to the church and I met a fellow professor, and I said, what's happening? He said there's a job vacancy in his department and he feels my discipline is related. And I applied. Before I applied, I sent my CV to him. He got back immediately. He says, Prof, you can't get a job in the US with this CV. He said, you have 30-page CV. Who has time to read the 30-page CV in America? He said, reduce it to 7 pages. And I reduced it to 5 pages. Behold, I started getting job interview. And eventually I got 3 offers.
1 minute more.
So that is it. So we need to have a career center where we can teach our students how to write cover letter, how to prepare CV, how to go for interview, the kind of clothes you should wear, the shoes you should wear, the way you should speak, the kind of questions they will ask, and the kind of answer you should provide. If all these are put together, I'm sure our graduates will find job, either in Nigeria, in West Africa, or in Africa, or in the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for Professor Ologunorisa. Thank you very much. Let us now move to Mr. Williams Ogunleye. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure coming here today. I've listened to the papers that have been presented, the first one, and the latest one that was just presented. Most of the problems they have been able to highlight, provided solutions to many of them. But I would like to take it a bit further to private sector and what I've noticed in my 15 years of management training practice. I think the problem is this. Most of our graduates, by the time they left university, most of them, when they are coming into job market, they are far from the job skill that will make a private sector person who will want to produce a profit to, employ them. And what is the problem? The problem is that the kind of education that we give does not speak specifically to problems of the market. I'll give an example. The prof that spoke the earlier time said that most of the things we do, they are not centered on research that can lead to problem solving and that will be taken to the marketplace. If a university is thinking of producing graduates that can readily fit into the society and solve the problem in our society, they should design a research proposal that will address problems, current need as it regards our economy. I'll give you an example. We have problems of food security. We have border states, Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Ondo, and Ekiti. I've never seen a research proposal from maybe a Greek faculty of many of our universities around on how we can build a kind of agric village where you have different kinds of farms depending on the area of interest to the state government. Within the 5 border towns, for instance, let's say Ondo State is taking cassava, let's say Oyo State is taking cocoa, they have a kind of border towns where they can create a agric village. When they do this across this border town, they would have been solving the problem of insecurity that may militate against anybody that wants to go into farming. So if research proposals are written in this area and they are presented to governors, maybe they will look in that direction. That's number one. Number two, some of our clients who are into poultry business, I find out that most of the day-old chick that they buy around this area, Ondo Ekiti, to be precise, they are mostly brought from Ibadan. And this problem, I see it as a problem anyway. That's why I see that the institution we have around there, FUTA has a Agric department, College of Agric there does too, and maybe Federal Poly Ado and Ruvaldiwa Poly. What is difficult in bringing up a kind of proposal that can maybe have a kind of hatchery that can even be used to train their students? So if our research are designed to solve the problem of the society, I think maybe they will get research grant and get the attention of the people in government more than what they have now. My daughter, most times when I speak to her, she's in school, she'll be complaining about the kind of education she's getting now. And like, this is not, what are they teaching me? Can this actually take me further when I leave school? I mean, get me job, get me a kind of attention that I want from employers. She kept complaining, and the reason why she's complaining is because she has been able to look at the
1
kind
minute
of
more.
Okay, education she's getting, and what the job seekers will look at for her. She's not, I mean, seeing a kind of comparison between the two. So I think it is time the university system will look at their, I mean, educational curriculum and relate what they have to meet the future job specifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Let me quickly round it up by saying that the first presenter has been able to tell us the problem of our language. That we don't believe that our students are supposed to be having just one language if they want to be employable. And he just tried to advise us that we must try to have at least minimum of 2 languages. And he has been able to give us an example of that of English and French. And I believe some of our leaders here, we are listening and we are going to take decision. And the other one is that of a hybrid degree. Well, I throw that one to our people here. Because in the Nigerian system, we know what it means here. When you continue to deviate from one degree to the other, if care is not taken, you may not be able to secure a job here. But with the advanced country, I know it is possible. Please, let us be careful in that area too. And the one aspect that I really appreciate is the area of a career service. Please, don't let us take this area with levity hands. They have given us this opportunity. Let us make use of it. Even the issue of a CV that we are saying need to be taught from this career service before they even leave the school. Please, let us assist them so that they can be employable in Nigeria and in any other country. And for the second presenter too, he has been able to really discuss very well on the issue of our research, that majority of our research are not problem solving. We must be able to identify problem and find a research that can solve that problem. One thing you have to know is that at times some people they may not know that they are having problem. It's for us to identify that they are having problem and tell them how we can solve the problem. I believe with all this one, we'll be able to have our graduate to be employable in this country. Thank you and God bless you all.
Can we double the applause for the moderator and the worthy and erudite discussants? You may resume your seat, sirs. I'd like to invite Professor Olajuwigbe to moderate a 10-minute question and answer session. Professor Olajuwigbe, please.
Thank you. We are now into questions and answers, and we just have 10 minutes for this. So may I, okay, you will just rise up, tell us your name, your institution, and then your question. And I believe the discussants are around to answer these questions. How many questions? Well, I'm taking 2 or 3 from here. The middle row. Can I see your hands? None? Okay, 4. And then 5 here. Please just go straight to your questions. So number 1. Please. Let's take number before you start, please.
It's okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7. That's all. Thank you.
So I'm Augustine Olushola, professor of toxicology and environmental biochemistry. Adekunle Ajasin University, Akungba Akoko. I want to really thank all those who have spoken here today. I want to believe that the lecture, everything that has been said, is an eye-opener for everyone. But the point I want to just raise is to government of Ondo State, that since the government is ably represented here, the government should immediately institute research grants in all the institutions that are funded by Ondo State government. No more delay. That is my point.
Thank you. Number two.
Who is number two? Are you number two?
What?
Number two.
You are not. Are you number two, Professor Shama? Professor Shama, number two.
I can become number two if you have
Yes, don't worry.
Thank you very much. Let me also, Professor Shama from FUTA. Let me also appreciate all the speakers for all the wonderful presentations. We talk about collaborations between town and gown, talking about collaboration between industry, the university, the government. I think somebody mentioned that the government should be involved. I want to ask now, when we bring up proposals, problem-solving proposals, the issue is about funding it. Because I feel that industries and maybe government and funding agencies are very, very few in Nigeria. The only funding agency that we have in Nigeria that is functioning, and that is the NRF. Apart from that, I don't know any funding agency that will take up your research proposals and fund them. Research proposals are written, but then where do you direct them to? Is it the work of the researcher to now be looking for funders within the country? I'm not talking about the externally funded researchers now, but locally, only very few of them are present. And I feel this is where the industry and the government and other funding agencies should come in. The proposals are there. There are so many products in our universities waiting for intervention. Researchers have done something, but who takes it further? Is it from the meager allowances the researchers are taking that they are the one that will take to the marketplace? That is just my question.
Thank you. Number three. Our discussants should be ready to answer some of these questions. And I will also invite our able VC, Madam Peace, Madam Progress, to take some of these questions. Thank you. Number three.
Good afternoon. I'm Simon Ehiawi, Professor of History at Adekunle Ajasin University. I've listened to all the conversations, but there's something I think, I've been thoroughly schooled today on our mindset and our approach to teaching. But there's something I am interested in knowing. All our discussants did not really tell the political angle to solving these problems. We've mentioned government. How do we compare government to be responsible to funding? Thank you.
All right. Number four.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate those that contributed to the discussion today. My name is Femi Adebola, a professor of statistics. Talking about hybrid degrees, you will agree with me that in Nigeria here we don't even respect hybrid degrees. I'm aware that, for example, I know of somebody who had a first class in material sciences and went ahead to get a PhD in engineering. The engineers will never register him in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, they won't allow him to be head of department in any academic department that houses engineering. How do we resolve this matter as we go on now, from now?
Number five. Professor Ologun Orisha, please be taking notes. I will also invite you just for 1 minute or 2 minutes to answer some of these questions.
All protocols duly observed. I'm Professor S.P. Adeyemo, the acting Vice Chancellor, Elizabeth University. While I appreciate the visionary idea of the host for bringing this colloquium, we have had so much, and I appreciate all the contributors on partnership, innovations, and collaboration for research. But what I want to put across is this. Government, there's no how we can do all these things without government as well. In advanced countries, Europe, US, Canada, all over, blueprints for government comes from high institutions. Our government should involve the high institutions in their blueprints. They have areas of education, health services, agriculture, food security, and so on. There are problems in these areas. These problems can be solved in high institutions in terms of researches that we're doing, which means they need the collaboration of high institutions. I'm sure 2 or 3 people have mentioned this to me in terms of government collaborating with higher institutions so that we can solve some of our problems here. That's my contribution.
Thank you. Number 6 here.
All right, thank you very much. Olayinka Oshiolale, Acting Director, Central Research at Elizabeth University. This question goes to the bank person. For our bank, can they also consider doing something in the area of an accelerator program? I know you've done but this one, focuses on what a senior colleague mentioned here, where university have got products, and then you bring your experience and expertise to help facilitate and bring many of these university products into market. I have been a privilege of a particular program by a bank in the United Kingdom, NatWest, where they took us through a training program and they brought expert personnel to take some of our scientific research into market, providing all the necessary platform. And the second is our bank is set up giving some of their presentation in terms of the lapses with outdated program. Are they open to exchange program, staff exchange program, where we are able to bring them into the classroom and then they are able to teach our students? At least that will also reduce your cost of having to retrain students in, Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last person, number 7 from Achievers. The representative of UBA, you will also join the VCs to answer these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and I want to thank the previous speakers. I have a very simple question about funding research. Now, Nigerian government-owned universities, from the last count of the first speaker, was 127, and then we have 149 in the private sector. And my question relates to the issue of TET fund. There is money there, and most of the money, I believe, had been contributed by the private sector. Is it fair for the private universities not to be given access, one way or the other, to TET fund?
Thank you. You are in Lagos at that TET fund workshop. You should be able to answer that. Professor Ologun was also there too. So may I invite our host to start answering these questions, and then Professor Ologun, Professor Gbore, and then our representative from UBA. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Well, I will answer the few ones that I can answer. The good thing is that we are all here, and I believe many people can contribute. I will start from the TET fund issue because it appears to be the simplest of the matter. The simple because TET fund has not excluded the private universities. What TET fund is saying is part of what we can achieve from this our meeting. What TED is saying that the lead researcher should be in the federal institution. Once it comes to research grants, anybody can be a part of the research group, and you can put up a research proposal, and if it wins, it scales through, then you are funded. And we have several examples of research grants that are being funded by TED Fund, and people from the private universities, the state universities, the research institutes, the private sector are part of it. So there is no exclusion. And I also know that now that TED Fund has drawn a list of universities where they will fund postgraduates, there are also some private universities that have been listed. So I know that TED Fund did not exclude anybody. The area you can talk about exclusion is in terms of development, infrastructural development. And I think what TED Fund is saying is that they know that people in the public universities are not allowed to charge commensurate value for service. The school fees that students, people in the public universities are not allowed to pay school fees. The students are not allowed to pay school fees. They only pay charges for some of the services that are being rendered. Because government did not allow them to charge, they are now paying in one way, asking that the money that the students will have been charged, that is supposed to be for development, is what TED Fund is now giving. That is what they have told us. Now, somebody asked about funding agencies. Yes, TED Fund is a major funding agency in Nigeria, but there are a few others. NASENI funds research. There is raw materials research and development. They also have some funding for research. Just about 2 weeks ago, there was a call from the Rural Electrification Agency calling for proposals. There is somebody here who, Professor, what is his name now? Part of our team, the LOC, Professor Ayodeji. He won a grant from, tell me the agency again, Prof. The agency that gave you the award and the grants for your research? LNG. There are few others. The difference is that most of these other groups have focal areas. Like Rural Electrification Agency is calling for proposals. The Rural Electrification Agency is calling in the area of their core mandate. TED Fund appears to be like an omnibus body, and a lot of areas can fit in, and that's why we think that it's only TED Fund that is funding research. There are a few other bodies that are funding research. Then somebody said government should involve the academia in the blueprint. That is, blueprint comes from the academia. The truth is that we are involved. Maybe what we may be asking for is that formally you are asking that government should call maybe University of Ibadan, University of Ife or something. But behind the scene, there are people from the academia that are either special advisors, special this one, special that one, contributing to all these policies. Policy is not our problem in Nigeria. Whoever thinks policy is the problem, I think the person has not read enough. There are in fact, I would say there are so many and too many policies, either good ones, bad ones. We have the policies, implementation, and policies going in the right direction. For example, the budget for this year, when it was prepared, was sent to the Nigeria Academy of Science by the Minister, Honorable Minister for Budget and National Planning. I am a fellow of the Nigeria Academy of Science. I had the whole budget before it was, when the Honorable Minister sent it to us, that the Nigeria Academy of Science can look at it and advise on implementation and a few other things. So the academia are part of it. I think what we should be talking about is we must have like some meeting points where we sit together and say, this area we can implement for you. They may not understand how to translate some of the things in the budget. Maybe we say this area we can help implement, this is what we can do, or that is what we can do. But that the academia are not involved, I don't think it is correct. We have so many professors that are maybe ministers. Who else is academia? We have them as private, as special advisors and all of those things. Somebody asked about the hybrid degree. And I think what we are discussing here, we are still being a little bit myopic. We think that all our graduates must end up inside the university. That is why we say they are not able to do HOD, they are not recognized as current, they are not this one. Are we actually training people for them all to come back to us? We are training them for the society. So if somebody takes a degree, for example, I don't know whether it can exist. You say it's architecture with quantity surveying. We are not looking for him. It's not that we are training him to come and be a lecturer. And there is also nothing stopping him from being a lecturer anyway, because after the first degree, then let him specialize. If he's going for architecture, he goes that route to PhD. If he's going for quantity surveying, he goes that route to PhD. But in my view, that kind of person is supposed to be in the industry. It will be an addition, because as an architect, I've been made to understand that the architect is the leader of the consultants on any project. So as the architect, he is able to also check the QS, because he was trained as an architect and partly as a QS. So I think that we should not think that all our graduates are coming back to us and they will be struggling to become heads of department, deans, and all of these things. We should train them for the world, as it is done in the other parts of the world. And then, I think these are the ones that I took. Such one. Government, compel government to be responsible for funding. I don't know what that means. Okay, for research funding. You know, I sat close to the representative of the state government. And what he said something that that is of interest to me while the speakers were making their presentation. He said all heads of tertiary institutions that are from Ondo State, that their members, that they get to meet with the Commissioner for Budget and Planning for the state. That why are they not asking when they are presenting or defending budget that something should come for research, that this type of advice should come from the universities, that we should put it right in front of them, the people that are funded by the state. Take it when you are going to defend your budget. We need this support for research, but I believe it will be better because we know how governance is. We think it's difficult to fund research with government money. And the reason it is difficult is because research is neither here nor there. You can say that you get something and you don't get something. That is what research is. But we should, so I don't know whether they can fund research. But if we have a research that is half-baked and you are trying to take it to the next level, I believe we may be able to push that to government. I don't know whether they will fund it or not. But it did say it. It said there is some funding for entrepreneurship development, but they are not channeling it through the tertiary institutions. It's meant for grassroots development. And I said, yes, we can still be part of it because the people we are training, they are members of the community. We are not saying when it comes to entrepreneurship, we want to train ourselves to be entrepreneurs. We want to train the community to be entrepreneurs. So that's one area we may be looking at. But that's part of the reasons we have gathered. We think that when we all come together and we meet, we will be able to know how to knock some other doors, and maybe we'll be able to open some. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my Vice Chancellor. She has said it all. If, you know, the way we think in this country, we operate as if this is a closed system. The university system, university itself is an international institution. So graduates from such institutions are supposed to be international. So when we keep saying in Nigeria, I'm pissed off. If you want to be a local champion and remain here. Stay with your mono degree. If you want to be an international scholar and fly around and be an high flyer, go in the direction of hybrid. That's the truth. In the developed world, it is hybrid. In developing country, it is mono. So you decide which word you want to go. And that's why I said the first question I posed was the graduates we are producing, for what market? Is it for Nigerian market, or West African market, or African market, or international market? So we need to address that. So that will tell you which direction to go. But I'm telling you, with my experience in the US for about 7 years in the American system, the direction the world is going, because America is the leading country in the world in terms of research, in terms of development, and they have the best universities in the world. It's hybrid. If you don't have hybrid degree, you stay longer in the market. So part of the strategies of universities in addressing employability issue is to go in the direction of hybrid. Those with hybrid degrees, the period they stay in the market, the gestation is very, very low. That's the truth. And I think one other question somebody asked, that some subjects in secondary school, somebody passed a paper, have been yanked off, you know, while some have been introduced, which are not even recognized by universities for admission. For example, I think the question, let me just read it. How do we address the discontinuity in secondary and university curriculum? Civic, mental work, data, computer studies are not acceptable for university admission. What I will just advise is this. History, for instance, was removed from the curriculum. And the Historical Society of Nigeria, they met and they took it up. They met with the Governor Goodluck Jonathan at that time. And they had a series of meetings. And eventually, they made the government to recognize that history is very, very important. We as a people, we cannot abandon our past. Our past determines our present, and our present, we can shape our future. Eventually, history was brought back. So many of us as professors, we stay too much in our cocoon. We don't miss. We don't interact. As policymakers in your various society, it's our responsibility to interface with the policymakers who are politicians. I'm even happy that the representatives of government even stay longer. In some places, they just do the opening ceremony and the vamoose. So we need to engage policymakers. And if our subjects, whatever, have been yanked off, let's meet with them. And I'm sure something will be done. Thank you very much.
UBA, there's a question for him.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, whether the banks are currently collaborating with the schools. Yes, if you actually look very well, you discover that the banks are actively collaborating. It can be better. I must admit it can be better. But if you take a look at the annual general statements of each of the banks, you discover that from time to time, there are some significant CSRs that the banks actually do to schools. But, like I said, it can be better. Now, secondly, you also mentioned the fact that the education, the mentorship that the banks should get deeply involved with the school. Not banks alone, maybe more of private sector as well. Yes, I think that is also a very laudable idea. You know, when I was speaking earlier, I mentioned that just about a week and a half ago, I was in the Redeemers University, where I was invited to speak to the students at their finance week. This is what we do, and we always are ready to do if we are invited. It's not only my bank alone, but I'm sure, I know for a fact that there are so many other banks that participate in trying to mentor and trying to bring the students or the graduates to a level where they will be compliant with the society. Again, it is also advantageous for the banks or for the private sector, because when you get people that are readily employable, you spend less in training and retraining. And their productivity and their output helps you to do whatever you want to do. So it is even cheaper for the private sector to have employable and ready graduates. So it's a win-win for us. And I'm sure that there is no bank or there is no private sector participant that is not interested in this. What we just need more is for collaboration such as this, partnerships such as this, and for it to be a little bit more institutionalized or more standard, so that we can have something that we can work with and can be continuous. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to invite all the heads of institutions to join Madam Vice Chancellor on this side, all the head of institutions present. Can we have our protocol officers lead only the head of institutions to this side of the divide for a meeting, a short interactive session with Madam Vice Chancellor. While I am going to point my hand this way, from this front, sir, can you make your way to that place, sirs? Yes, sirs. Yes, sir. Yes, sirs. So roll after roll. With your yes, sir. Roll after roll. But the head of institutions, roll after roll, can the protocol officers direct them appropriately? Roll after roll. Mr. Registrar, can you please? And then you direct them back to the hall from the other side. You direct them back to the hall from the other side.
delegates, participants. My name is Oyesoji Aremu. Communique for the Colloquium of the Tertiary Institutions in Ondo State, held on Tuesday, 3rd June 2025, at the Theodore Idibiye Francis Auditorium, Federal University of Technology, Akure, FUTA. The Colloquium of Tertiary Institutions in Ondo State was held on Tuesday, 3rd June 2025, at Theodore Idibiye Francis Auditorium, Federal University of Technology, Akure, with the theme Fostering Collaborations and Innovations Among Tertiary Institutions for Sustainable Development. The event brought together representatives from various higher institutions in the state and industry stakeholders to deliberate on strategies for advancing research, innovation, and collaborative frameworks to address state, national, and global developmental challenges. Keynote addresses were delivered by Emeritus Professor Olufemi A. Bamiro, former Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, and Mr. Muyiwa Akinyemi, ably represented by Mr. Temitope Ayoko, Group Deputy Managing Director, United Bank for Africa, PSC. Their insights underscore the transformative potential of interdisciplinary research, public-private partnerships, and technology-driven solutions, while emphasizing the urgent need to produce employable and entrepreneurial-minded graduates capable of driving Ondo State's economic transformation and solving national and global problems. These were discussed by 6 people. Arising from there, the following were resolved. 1, strengthening collaborative research and innovation. Under it, we have establishment of a State Research Management Office, RMO, to coordinate collaborative projects among tertiary institutions, government, and industry. This office will oversee funding allocation, intellectual property management, and policy alignment with national goals and global sustainable development goals. Promotion of multidisciplinary research by incentivizing joint proposals across institutions and disciplines. Funding agencies such as TETFund, NASENI, African Development Bank, and World Bank should prioritize projects addressing socioeconomic challenges such as agriculture, energy, and environmental sustainability. Scaling up triple helix partnerships, government, academia, industry, to drive innovation. Case studies like Otigba ICT Cluster, Lagos and the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Disease, Idimas University Ede, were highlighted as models for replicating success in Ondo State. 2, graduate employability and skills development. Redesigning curricula to align with labor market needs, emphasizing soft skills like critical thinking skills, communication, relational skills, and emotional intelligence. Art skills such as STEM, digital literacy, etc. Institutions must integrate entrepreneurship, training, and internships into academic programs. Establishment of Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation in all tertiary institutions to provide vocational training, incubation, ops, and certification programs in high-demand trades such as renewable energy, fashion, and agro-processing. Embedding work-integrated learning and capstone projects into curricula, ensuring students engage with real-world industry challenges. Collaboration with private sector programs like UBS Graduate Management Accelerator Program to create internship pipelines. Prioritizing digital fluency by establishing blockchain, IoT, and robotics laboratory across institutions, training students in artificial intelligence, data analytics, and green technologies to align with global trends. 3, cluster development for economic growth, conducting statewide mapping of industrial clusters in areas like agriculture, ICT, and solid minerals to identify opportunities for upgrading through research-driven innovation. Priority clusters should receive targeted support for backward integration, skill development, and access to finance. Leveraging the Otigba ICT cluster model to transform local clusters into knowledge-driven ecosystems. This includes establishing an Ondo State Innovation Park for research and development, business incubation, and technology transfer. Launching Africa's first state-run Silicon Lagoon Tech Hub to position Ondo State as a global talent exporter, partnering with UBA, First Bank, and other industry leaders to develop 10,000 remote workers by the year 2030. 4, technology transfer and sustainable development. Accelerating the adoption of clean technology in sectors like agriculture and energy. Institutions like Futas Site Remediation Project and the African Center of Excellence in Future Energies were cited as examples for scaling up solutions to pollution and energy poverty. Promotion of open access platforms for sharing research outputs and innovations. Institutions should partner with media outlets to disseminate success stories and attract stakeholders buy-in. 5, institutional reform and funding. Advocating for increased budgetary allocation to tertiary education with a focus on infrastructure, staffing, and research and development. The state government should explore public-private partnership to fund critical projects. Strengthening quality assurance mechanism to ensure that curricula remain dynamic and responsive to emerging trends like AI and climate resilience. Recommendations. Formation of a committee of heads of tertiary institutions in Ondo State to oversee implementation of Colloquium resolution and ensure accountability. Institutionalization of the annual Colloquium to track progress and foster continuous collaboration. Launch of the Ondo State Innovation Fund to support pilot projects arising from Colloquium discussions. Establishment of a graduate employability index and task force to monitor skill gaps and align academic programs with industry needs. 5, joint action framework on the following. 1, graduate employability and innovation concept, compact, across the tertiary institution in the state. Centralized skills training unit to analyze graduate competencies and labor market demands. Initiation of faculty immersion programs in modern industries to inform curriculum redesign. Next, implementation of a tertiary entrepreneurial innovation fund, TEIF, which will be supported by the state government and financial institutions. Closing remarks. The Colloquium commended the organizers and participants for their commitment to advancing sustainable development through collaboration and innovation. Special recognition was given to participating institutions, the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Adeyemi Federal University of Education, Ondo, National Open University of Nigeria, NOUN, Akure Study Center, Adekunle Ajasin University, Akungba Akoko, Olusegun Agagu University of Science and Technology, Okitipupa, University of Medical Sciences, Ondo, University of Ilesha, Redeemer University, Ede, Wesley University, Ondo, Achievers University, Owo, Elizabeth University, Ilalamokin, St. Mary's University, Supare Akoko, Federal Polytechnic, Ileoluji, Rufus Giwa Polytechnic, Owo, and Federal College of Agriculture, Akure, for their work in research, development, and community impact. Deep appreciation was accorded First Bank of Nigeria and the United Bank for Africa for their visionary support and generous investment. The colloquium concluded with a call to action to unite our intellectual capital, leverage global best practices, and harness the youth dividend of Ondo State to build a resilient and knowledge-driven economy. Graduates must not only change their own lives, but also transform communities and industries across Nigeria and beyond. I thank you for listening. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Professor Aremu. I'd like to invite the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Akure, as we make presentation to some categories of persons, so that in the next 5 minutes, we will be done by the grace of the living God. So the first on our list is the Governor of Ondo State. And I'm sure that we will take that to him. We will then invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Muyiwa Akiyemi, ably represented. Can you please take this on his behalf? Thank you very much. We'd like to invite First Bank, our major sponsor, representative of First Bank, Nigeria. Our major sponsor, where are the representatives? Okay, somebody is coming from First Bank. They are our major sponsor. Let's double the applause. They say in churches, even in academic too. We would like to invite UBA again. They also did some shaking of body. And they did well too. A round of applause for UBA. Thank you very much, sir. We now call on the head of the collaborating institution. First on my list, Dr. Akinyemi Albert Fadiyemo, Provost, Federal College of Agriculture, Akure. FECA. A round of applause for FECA. I'd like to call on the representative or the Vice Chancellor of... Thank you very much. Adeyemi Federal College of Education, Ondo. Adeyemi Federal University of Education, Ondo. Professor S. Akintunde, ably represented. You are welcome, sir. I'd like to call on the representative of Rufus Giwa Polytechnic, or Mr. Olorunwa Adegun is the acting rector. Let's have their representatives. I'd like to invite Professor Olugbenga Ige, the Vice Chancellor at Adekunle Ajasin University of Akungba Akoko, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor. Academic, yes, sir. We'd like to invite the representative of the National Open University of Nigeria now. I'm told he's gone. Let us invite the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Redeemers University, Ede. Oh, okay. Let's also invite the Vice Chancellor, Wesley University, Ondo. Wesley University, Ondo, their representative. Okay. Okay. She is the VC, Professor Irueru. Irinoye. Okay. Now let's have Professor Omolola Irinoye, Achievers University, Owo, or the representative. And in person, Professor Temi Ologun Orisha, the Vice Chancellor, Olusegun Agagu, University of Science and Technology, Okitipupa. the acting Vice Chancellor, Elizade University, Laramokin, Professor Sunday Babatunde Adeyemo, or his representative is on his way. A round of applause. Dr. Ademola Yonda Ebeluku, the Rector of Federal Polytechnic Ileoluji. The acting Vice Chancellor, University of Medical Sciences, Professor Adolphus Odoguluto, ably represented, I'm told. Yes, by the Deputy Vice Chancellor. The representative of, or the Vice Chancellor, St. Mary's University, Supari Akoko, Professor Francis Ayodeji Bore. Bore. That's the visa. I've said the Vice Chancellor, sir. Okay, the Vice Chancellor, St. Mary's University, Supari Akoko, Professor Francis Ayodeji Bore. I'm sure those are the delegates from that university. God bless you, sir. I'm told that, can a person present something to himself or herself? So let me invite the Chairman Committee of Deans of the Federal University of Technology, Akure, to, on behalf of FUTA, receive our own from our own. Now, the representative of University of Ilesha. Yes. University of Ilesha. I'm told that the certificate of participation will be sent through the representatives on the planning committee. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my Lord spiritual and temporal, leaders of our academic community, I implore us respectfully to stand for the FUTA as well as the national anthems of our great nation.
Ever winning, ever living, ever peaceful. Advancing the cause of technology. Land of nation landmark. For national progress. Academic excellence is a tradition. Technology for self-reliance. Self-reliance, yes. Self-reliance, yes. Promoting of unity, of fortitude. Championing the cause of technology. The shining example. The pride of Nigeria. With the blessings on our side, we shall go places. For self-reliance. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians home and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. Through
you very much. On behalf of our Vice Chancellor, we wish all of us safe journey to our various destinations and loads of blessings from the Lord.